Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're hunting for a monster, the Minotaur half-man, half-bull lurking in an impossible maze beneath an ancient palace. Except here's the twist. The maze was real, the palace was real, and buried beneath centuries of myth, there was an entire civilization that Europe forgot existed. The Minoans. And one obsessed archaeologist was about to prove that sometimes legends are just history wearing a Halloween costume. Before we descend into this labyrinth, go ahead and drop a quick like if you're into this kind of historical detective work, and throw a comment down below. Where in the world are you watching from tonight? I'm always curious who's along for the ride. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's dig into the story of how a man went looking for ancient writing and accidentally discovered Europe's first great civilization. Ready? Let's go. So let's talk about the Minotaur for a second. You know the story, probably learned it in 3rd grade or saw it in some movie with questionable special effects. There's this maze, right? A labyrinth beneath a palace in Crete, and at its centre lurks this monster, half man and half bull, munching on Athenian teenagers who got sent over as tribute. Very cheerful stuff. The hero, Theseus, shows up, gets help from the king's daughter who hands him a ball of thread, ancient GPS basically, and he fights his way to the centre, kills the beast, follows the thread back out, and sails off into the sunset. Standard hero's journey, monster defeated, everyone's happy except the Minotaur. For thousands of years, that's all anyone really knew about Crete. Just this one myth, this one monster story that parents probably told their kids to keep them from wandering off. The ancient Greeks themselves talked about King Minos and his palace and this impossible maze. But by the time classical Athens rolled around, nobody really knew if any of it was true. It was just legend. The kind of thing you'd file away next to tales about gods turning into swans and heroes riding flying horses. Not exactly the stuff of serious historical inquiry, you know. And here's where it gets interesting, because most people assumed that's all it was. Pure myth, pure fiction, nothing more. The ancient world had plenty of stories about monsters and mazes and angry gods, and there was no particular reason to think this one was any different. Crete was just an island. A nice island, sure, with olive groves and mountains and beaches, but nothing special. No grand ruins, no obvious connection to any great civilization. Just sheep and farmers and the occasional tourist looking for a sunny vacation spot. If you told someone in the 1800s that beneath the hills of Crete lay the remains of Europe's first great civilization, they would have looked at you like you'd been out in the Mediterranean sun too long. But then along came Arthur Evans, and Arthur Evans was not a man who did things by halves. Born in 1851 into a wealthy British family, his father was a successful paper manufacturer and amateur archaeologist. Because apparently hobbies ran in the family, Arthur grew up surrounded by ancient coins and artifacts, and the kind of intellectual atmosphere where dinner conversation probably involved heated debates about pottery shards. Not exactly your typical childhood, but it set him up for what would become his life's obsession. Now Evans had terrible eyesight. We're talking seriously bad vision, the kind where you'd think archaeology might not be the most practical career choice. But here's the thing about Evans. He developed this habit of holding objects really close to his face to examine them, and what looked like a disability actually became his superpower. He could spot tiny details on ancient seals and coins that other people missed entirely. Those little scratches and symbols that most archaeologists would just dismiss as decorative. Evans could see they were actually writing. Ancient writing. And that's what got him hooked. By the 1890s, Evans had become obsessed with something specific, ancient scripts from the pre-Greek world. See, everyone knew the ancient Greeks had writing. We had plenty of Greek inscriptions carved into stone, written on pottery, preserved in all sorts of ways. But Evans was convinced there had to be something older, some earlier system of writing that predated the Greek alphabet. He'd been studying these tiny engraved seals that were showing up in antique markets, little carved stones that women in Crete apparently wore as good luck charms. The locals called them milk stones, and thought they helped with breastfeeding, which tells you something about the gap between ancient intention and modern interpretation. These seals had symbols on them. Not Greek letters, not any alphabet Evans recognized, but definitely intentional marks, patterns, something that looked like it might be language. And the dealers who sold these seals said they came from Crete, from that unremarkable island that everyone associated with myths and not much else. So Evans did what any reasonable Victorian gentleman with money and curiosity would do. He decided to go to Crete and start digging. Not exactly a casual weekend project, but then again, This was a man who once got himself thrown in prison for supporting a rebellion in the Balkans, so impulsive decisions were kind of his thing. The timing was actually pretty fortuitous, in a complicated political sort of way. Crete had been under Ottoman rule for centuries, and the Ottomans weren't particularly enthusiastic about foreign archaeologists showing up and digging holes in their territory. Something about sovereignty and archaeological permits and all those tedious bureaucratic details that tend to get in the way of buried treasure hunting. But in the 1890s, Crete was in the middle of a messy independence movement. Various European powers were getting involved, and the whole political situation was about as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. For an archaeologist with determination and funding, this chaos actually created opportunities. Not exactly ethical by modern standards, but Victorian archaeology was basically just treasure hunting with better publicity. Evans first visited Crete in 1894, and he immediately started hearing stories about a place called Kefala, a hill near the modern town of Heraklion, where locals had been finding ancient stones and bits of pottery for years. There were rumours of ruins beneath the surface, walls and structures that sometimes got exposed when farmers were ploughing their fields, or when winter rains washed away layers of soil. Nothing systematic, just the usual pattern of ancient sites slowly revealing themselves over centuries, while everyone living nearby basically shrugged and went about their business. Ancient ruins were everywhere in the Mediterranean. One more pile of old stones wasn't exactly breaking news. But Evans talked to the locals, examined their random finds, and became convinced that Kefala wasn't just another minor archaeological site. He thought this might be it. The source of those mysterious seals, the place where he'd find the ancient writing he'd been looking for, maybe even evidence of the legendary palace of Minos itself. Which, would be nice if it existed, but at this point was still very much in the wild speculation category of archaeological theorizing. There was just one small problem. Someone else already owned the land. A Cretan family had been farming that hill for generations, and they had no particular interest in selling their property to some nearsighted British gentleman who wanted to dig holes in their olive groves. Evans tried to buy it in 1894. Negotiations fell through, and he spent the next several years basically stalking this piece of real estate like someone waiting for their dream apartment to come on the market. He'd visit, make offers, get rejected, leave, come back, try again. It became something of a running joke among his colleagues. Still trying to buy that hill, Arthur? Meanwhile, other archaeologists started sniffing around. A Greek archaeologist named Minos Kalokarinos, whose first name was either wonderfully coincidental or his parents had a sense of humour about local mythology, had actually done some preliminary digging at Kefala back in 1878, before Evans even showed up. Kalokarinos found storage jars, walls, some promising architecture, but the Ottoman authorities shut down his excavation pretty quickly. Can't have people digging up the past when there's a whole complicated present to deal with. His work got published, other archaeologists took note, and suddenly Kefala was looking like prime real estate in archaeological terms. But Evans was persistent in that special way that British Victorians could be when they got fixated on something. He had money, connections, and an absolute conviction that he was right about this site. So he kept at it, wearing down opposition through pure stubborn determination. Finally, in 1899, Crete gained autonomy from the Ottoman Empire. Not quite full independence, but enough that the bureaucratic obstacles started clearing away. And in 1900, Evans finally managed to purchase the Kefala site. He was 49 years old, had been chasing this dream for 6 years, and was about to either vindicate his obsession or become a cautionary tale about the dangers of archaeological tunnel vision. On March 23, 1900, Arthur Evans began excavations at Kefala. He hired a crew of local workers, because Victorian archaeology mostly involved wealthy foreigners directing teams of locals to do the actual digging, a model that thankfully we've moved away from mostly. And they started removing the topsoil and vegetation that covered the hill, and almost immediately they started finding things. Not just pottery shards and random stones, but walls. Lots of walls. Corridors. Rooms. Staircases. What had looked like a modest hill was actually a massive structure buried under centuries of dirt and debris. Within days, Evans realised he'd hit something enormous. This wasn't a small villa or a minor religious shrine. This was a palace, a genuinely massive architectural complex that sprawled across the hilltop in a maze of interconnected rooms and passages. And here's where that word maze starts to take on new significance, because the layout of this building was legitimately confusing. No clear grid pattern, no obvious symmetry, just rooms branching off other rooms, corridors turning at odd angles, staircases going up and down, multiple levels that didn't quite line up. It was, in other words, a labyrinth. Not metaphorically, not poetically. Literally a labyrinthine structure that would be easy to get lost in if you didn't know your way around. You can imagine Evans standing there, watching his workers uncover corridor after corridor, and slowly realizing that the myth might have been pointing at reality all along. The labyrinth existed. The Palace of Minos, or at least a palace in the right place at the right time, existed. The Minotaur was probably negotiable, but 2 out of 3 wasn't bad for a Bronze Age legend. The finds started coming fast. Pottery everywhere, in styles unlike anything from classical Greece. Fragments of frescoes, wall paintings that had somehow survived millennia buried in rubble. Stone vessels carved with incredible precision. And everywhere, decorative motifs that included one symbol more than any other, the labris, the double-headed axe. This thing was everywhere. Carved into stone blocks, painted on pottery, stamped into clay, worn as pendants. If the Minoans had a logo, the labris was it. And Evans, who had a gift for dramatic interpretation, decided that labyrinth might actually derive from labris, the house of the double axe. Whether that etymology is actually correct is still debated, but you have to admit it makes a good story. Now let's talk about what they found in those first few weeks, because it sets the tone for everything that followed. One of the earliest discoveries was what Evans immediately labelled the throne room, and honestly the name stuck because it's hard to argue with a room that has an actual throne in it. Not a fancy chair, not a ceremonial stool, but a proper stone throne built right into the wall, with a high back and armrests and a seat worn smooth by centuries of use. Or rather, centuries of use followed by about 3 millennia of nobody using it at all, but the worn part came first. The throne sat against one wall, facing inward toward the centre of the room, and surrounding it were stone benches, seating for advisors, priests, officials, whoever gathered in this space for whatever Bronze Age business required a fancy chair and an audience. The walls had been covered with frescoes, most of them badly damaged by time and fire and various other disasters we'll get to later, but Evans' team could still make out enough detail to see they depicted griffins, mythical creatures with lion bodies and eagle heads, apparently the Minoan version of interior decorating. And here's where it gets wonderfully bizarre. The room also contained what appeared to be a lustral basin, a sunken rectangular pool accessed by steps, lined with gypsum, clearly designed to hold water. Evans interpreted this as some kind of ritual purification bath, the kind of thing you'd use before important ceremonies. Modern archaeologists have other theories. Maybe it was just a bathing pool, maybe it had nothing to do with rituals at all, maybe Evans was projecting his Victorian ideas about ancient religion onto a culture that would have found his interpretations completely baffling. But the combination of throne, benches, sacred pool, and griffin murals definitely suggested this was an important space, somewhere significant things happened. What's striking about the throne room, though, and about the palace in general, is what it doesn't have. There's no obvious defensive architecture. No murder holes in the ceiling for pouring boiling oil on invaders. No narrow corridors designed to funnel attackers into kill zones. No reinforced doors with heavy bars. The throne sits in a room that's essentially open to the rest of the palace, accessible through doorways that would be laughably easy to force if you were trying to storm the place. It's almost aggressively unfortified, like the architect's brief was, make it impressive and comfortable, with no mention whatsoever of, and also defensible in case of invasion. This becomes even more obvious when you look at the palace as a whole. As Evans' excavations continued through 1900 and beyond, he'd end up working at Knossos for decades, turning what started as a search for ancient writing into a life's work. They uncovered more and more of the complex and the pattern held. No defensive walls around the perimeter. No fortress architecture. No watchtowers. No evidence of fortifications at all, really, unless you count some later additions that seemed pretty half-hearted. For a palace that sprawled across roughly 20,000 square meters, that's about 5 acres of building, which is genuinely massive for a Bronze Age structure. The complete absence of military features was remarkable. Let's put this in context because it helps explain why Evans and his team were so puzzled. This was 1900, remember, just a few years before World War I would remind everyone that European civilization was really good at killing people on an industrial scale. Military architecture was very much on people's minds, and the Bronze Age wasn't exactly known as a peaceful era. Most Bronze Age palaces and cities that archaeologists had excavated came with serious fortifications. Mycenae on the Greek mainland, which dated to roughly the same period as Knossos, had massive walls built from stones so large that later Greeks thought only Cyclopes could have moved them. Troy, over in Anatolia, had layer upon layer of defensive walls built and rebuilt over centuries. Hattusa, the Hittite capital, was essentially one giant fortress. But here's Knossos, arguably the largest and most important site on Crete, and it's just sitting there on a hill completely exposed, like someone forgot that warfare was an option. The palace doesn't even sit on particularly defensible terrain. It's on a low hill near the coast, easily accessible from multiple directions, with no natural barriers to slow down attackers. If you were designing a fortress, you'd fail this assignment. If you were designing a palace for a ruler who felt completely, utterly secure, though, secure enough that invasion wasn't even a consideration, then you'd probably build something exactly like Knossos. This led Evans to his next big theory, and to be fair, it's one that's largely held up over time. He proposed that the Minoans, he named them after King Minos naturally because naming things after legendary figures was very much the Victorian style, were a thalassocracy, a sea-based power. Their defence wasn't stone walls and fortified gates, it was their navy. They controlled the seas around Crete and throughout the Aegean, which meant potential enemies couldn't even reach the island, let alone storm the palace. Their walls were wooden, in other words, and they floated. It's actually a pretty elegant solution to the mystery. If you control the waters around your island completely, you don't need castle walls. Any invasion force would need ships to reach you, and if your fleet dominates the sea lanes, invasions become essentially impossible. The palace could afford to be open, sprawling, unfortified, because the real defence was miles away on the water. It's the same logic that later let Britain rule a global empire without fortifying London like a medieval fortress. When you control the seas, you can be remarkably relaxed about your immediate perimeter security. Of course, this strategy only works until it doesn't. Until someone either builds a bigger fleet or catches you off guard, or you suffer some catastrophic setback that cripples your naval power. But we'll get to those complications later. For now, in those first months of excavation in 1900, Evans was uncovering a palace that seemed to belong to a people who felt genuinely, profoundly safe in their own power. The more they dug, the stranger and more impressive it got. The palace wasn't just one building. It was dozens of structures connected together, multiple stories high in places, built around a massive central courtyard that measured roughly 50 by 30 meters. If you stood in that courtyard, you'd be surrounded on all sides by the palace rising up around you, storage rooms in the west wing holding enormous clay jars called pithoi, each one tall enough that you could climb inside if you were so inclined, though probably not recommended. Workshops in the east wing where craftsmen made pottery, carved stone vessels, worked bronze. Living quarters on the upper floors, accessible by staircases that were, by Bronze Age standards, genuinely sophisticated pieces of architecture. And speaking of staircases, let's talk about the Grand Staircase because it deserves its dramatic name. This wasn't some crude stone steps leading up a hill. This was a multi-flight staircase descending through the building, with wide steps, proper landings, and most impressively a light well, a vertical shaft open to the sky that brought natural light down through the levels. The stairs themselves were supported by columns, those distinctive Minoan columns that tapered downward rather than upward, painted red with black capitals. The whole thing was a genuine feat of engineering, the kind of architectural element that makes modern visitors stop and think, wait, this is Bronze Age? The light wells actually were everywhere throughout the palace, and they show you something important about Minoan architecture. These people understood that humans need natural light and air circulation, especially in a sprawling multi-story building in a Mediterranean climate where summer temperatures could make enclosed spaces genuinely miserable. So they built these vertical shafts, open to the sky, that brought daylight and airflow deep into the interior of the palace. Combined with the multiple doorways connecting rooms, you could often see straight through several chambers in sequence, creating these long sight lines through the building. The palace would have felt remarkably bright and airy, nothing like the dark stone fortresses that characterized later Bronze Age architecture. The attention to comfort extended to plumbing, and yeah, we need to talk about the plumbing because the Minoans had plumbing that wouldn't look entirely out of place in a modern building. Not quite up to contemporary standards, obviously. You're not going to find hot and cold running water or instant water heaters, but genuinely sophisticated for any pre-industrial society. They had clay pipes carrying water to different parts of the palace. They had drainage systems removing wastewater, with careful attention to gradients and flow rates. They had what appears to be a flushing toilet, or at least a water-based waste removal system that operated on similar principles. There's this wonderful moment in archaeological literature where scholars describe the Minoan plumbing systems with barely concealed admiration, and you can tell they're thinking about their own experiences with medieval or early modern sanitation, which was basically throw it out the window and hope for the best. The Minoans, 3.5 millennia earlier, had figured out basic principles of hydraulic engineering that Europe would largely forget for the next 3,000 years. They understood that water flows downhill, that pipes need to be the right diameter to maintain pressure, that you need ventilation in drainage systems to prevent backups, that strategic placement of settling tanks can filter out sediment before it clogs your pipes. This attention to engineering extended throughout the palace. The massive storage magazines in the West Wing, long narrow rooms lined with those enormous pithoi, were built into the hillside itself, taking advantage of the natural temperature regulation that comes from being partially underground. Perfect for storing olive oil, grain, wine, all the commodities that a Bronze Age palace economy depended on. The floors in many rooms were paved with gypsum slabs, cut precisely and fitted together to create smooth surfaces. The walls were built from limestone blocks, often carefully dressed and fitted, covered with plaster and then decorated with frescoes. And oh, the frescoes! Let's talk about the frescoes, because they're what really bring this place to life, what transform it from just another archaeological site into a window, into an actual living culture. Scattered throughout the ruins, Evans and his team found fragments of wall paintings, sometimes just tiny pieces, sometimes larger sections, occasionally nearly complete compositions. They were done in true fresco technique, painting on wet plaster so the pigments bonded directly with the wall surface, which is part of why they survived at all. When the palace burned in its final destruction, the heat from the fire actually helped bake the frescoes into place, preserving them even as everything else was destroyed. There's an irony there that probably wouldn't have amused the Minoans much, but archaeologists aren't complaining. The style of these frescoes was unlike anything from later Greek art. Where classical Greek painting, at least the examples that survive on pottery, since the monumental paintings are lost, was precise, controlled, focused on idealized human figures and clear narrative scenes, Minoan frescoes were fluid, dynamic, almost impressionistic. Figures shown in profile captured mid-motion, with an energy and movement that later Greek art deliberately avoided. The colours were vivid. Reds, blues, yellows, whites, derived from mineral pigments that held their hue across centuries. Some of the subjects were what you'd expect from palace art. Formal processions, religious ceremonies, important people doing important things with the gravity that important people always bring to such occasions. But others were refreshingly different. There were dolphins leaping through stylized waves painted in blue and white and yellow, decorating what was apparently a bathroom or water-related room, because apparently the Minoans believed in thematic interior design. There were flowers, lots of flowers, lilies, crocuses, roses, painted with enough detail that modern botanists can identify the species. There were birds, fish, monkeys, imported from Egypt or North Africa probably, since Crete doesn't have native monkeys, which must have made them quite the exotic status symbols. And then there were the bull scenes. The Minoans were obsessed with bulls in the way that modern society is obsessed with, I don't know, celebrity gossip or sports teams or whatever your particular culture fixates on. Bulls appeared everywhere in their art, carved in relief, painted on walls, fashioned into ritual vessels stamped on seals. But the most striking bull images showed something that seems almost impossible: young people vaulting over charging bulls. These frescoes showed figures approaching bulls from the front, grasping the horns, and executing what appears to be a somersault over the bull's back, landing behind the animal. Other figures stood nearby, possibly spotters or catchers, ready to help if things went wrong. The poses are dynamic, athletic, showing bodies in mid-flip with the kind of anatomical accuracy that suggests the artists had seen this done many times. And the obvious question is, was this real? Did the Minoans actually do this? Or was this mythological, symbolic, some kind of religious metaphor that we're taking too literally? The scholarly consensus is, yeah, they probably actually did this. Maybe not exactly as depicted. Artistic license is a thing, and ancient art wasn't big on photographic realism, but some form of bull leaping appears to have been a real practice, probably religious or ceremonial, possibly a test of courage or coming-of-age ritual, definitely dangerous as all hell. Bulls are not known for being cooperative about having humans flip over their backs. Bulls, in fact, tend to respond to such treatment by attempting to gore said humans with their very large and pointy horns. This was not a safe activity. But then, Bronze Age religious practices often weren't particularly concerned with OSHA compliance. What's interesting is what the bull-leaping frescoes tell us about Minoan society beyond just these people had interesting hobbies. The figures doing the vaulting include both males and females. You can tell from the artistic conventions, where men were typically painted with dark red skin and women with white skin, a tradition borrowed from Egyptian art. This suggests that whatever bull-leaping represented, it wasn't exclusively male activity. Young women participated too, which hints at a society with perhaps less rigid gender roles than later Greek civilization, where respectable women were expected to stay home and manage the household rather than vault over dangerous farm animals. The religious implications are obvious enough. The bull was clearly a sacred animal in Minoan religion, important enough to feature in elaborate rituals, powerful enough to serve as a connection between human and divine. When later Greeks told stories about the Minotaur, a half-bull monster demanding human sacrifice, young people sent into a maze to their deaths, they might have been garbling memories of bull-leaping rituals they didn't fully understand. The maze of the palace, the sacred bull, the young people risking their lives in ritual performance, all the elements are there, just filtered through centuries of retelling until fact became myth, and a religious ceremony became a monster story. But here's what's really striking about those first months of excavation, what kept impressing itself on Evans and his team as they uncovered more and more of the palace. The Minoans seemed almost aggressively non-militaristic in their art and architecture. In later Bronze Age cultures, the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, New Kingdom Egypt, palace art was all about power, conquest, kings smiting enemies, armies on the march, sieges and battles, and all the ways rulers could demonstrate their martial prowess. Pharaohs depicted themselves as mighty warriors trampling foreign foes. Mycenaean palaces had frescoes showing warfare, soldiers in formation, ships prepared for battle. Knossos? Dolphins and flowers and people jumping over bulls. Lots of religious processions, sure, but no battle scenes. No depictions of the king leading armies. No conquered enemies bound in chains. No tribute being delivered by defeated peoples. The closest they got to military imagery was some bull leaping, and even that was probably religious rather than martial. It's not that the Minoans never fought. No Bronze Age society survived long without some capacity for violence, but they apparently didn't think warfare was worth commemorating in their palace art. They'd rather paint dolphins. This gets even more pronounced when you look at the pottery and smaller artifacts. Minoan pottery from this period, what archaeologists call the Neopalatial period, roughly 1700 to 1450 BCE, is incredibly sophisticated, with designs ranging from abstract geometric patterns to naturalistic images of sea creatures, plants, and animals. Marine motifs were especially popular: octopi with tentacles wrapping around the curve of a vessel, nautiluses shown in profile, fish swimming in schools. The potters clearly spent time observing the ocean and its inhabitants, and they translated that observation into designs that still look fresh and dynamic today. But again, no war, no weapons except as ceremonial objects, no glorification of violence. The contrast with contemporary Near Eastern art is stark. When Minoan pottery shows up in Egyptian tombs, and it did, Minoan goods were traded across the Eastern Mediterranean. It must have looked wonderfully strange to people accustomed to imagery of pharaohs smiting enemies and gods blessing military conquest. What's with all the octopi? You can imagine an Egyptian official thinking, don't these people have any proper military victories to commemorate? As that first excavation season in 1900 stretched into spring and summer, Evans started to develop a picture of the civilization he was uncovering. These were people who had built a sophisticated palace economy, with centralized control of resources. All those storage magazines filled with pithoi weren't for one household, they were redistributing goods across the society. They had craft specialists producing luxury goods. They had complex religious practices involving bulls and goddesses and elaborate rituals. They had trade networks extending across the Aegean and beyond, exchanging their pottery and probably their olive oil and wine for metals, ivory, and exotic goods from Egypt and the Near East. And they had writing. Remember, finding ancient writing was Evans' original goal, and he didn't leave disappointed. The excavations turned up clay tablets inscribed with symbols, not in enormous quantities. These were tablets that had survived because they'd been baked hard in the final fire that destroyed the palace, but enough to prove that the Minoans had a writing system. Actually, they had two writing systems, or possibly three if you count the earlier hieroglyphic script that Evans also found. But the two main scripts he identified were what he called Linear A and Linear B. Linear B showed up in greater quantities, and it looked more developed, more regularized. Linear A was older, rarer, found in fewer locations. Both consisted of linear symbols, hence the name, carved or painted onto clay tablets, mostly in a format that looked administrative, lists and records rather than literature or grand historical narratives. This was accounting, inventory management, bureaucracy preserved in clay, not the stirring ancient literature Evans had probably hoped for, but actually more valuable in many ways, because bureaucracy tells you how a society actually functioned at ground level, not just how it wanted to be remembered. Evans copied the symbols meticulously, his terrible eyesight ironically making him perfect for this work. He could peer at tiny scratches on clay and distinguish individual characters that other people might miss. He recognized that this was a syllabic script, where each symbol represented a syllable rather than a single letter, and he started the long, frustrating process of trying to decipher what the tablets actually said. But here's the thing, and this is where we need to pause and appreciate the irony. Evans spent decades working at Knossos, excavating and restoring and publishing his findings in massive volumes. He became one of the most famous archaeologists in the world, knighted for his achievements, celebrated as the man who discovered the Minoan Civilization. And in all those decades, he never managed to decipher Linear B. He tried, he had theories, he published tentative translations, but he never cracked the code. It would take another scholar, decades later, working from Evans's carefully published records, to finally figure out what those tablets said. And when Linear B was finally deciphered, in 1952 by an architect named Michael Ventris, it turned out to be Greek. Early Greek, archaic Greek, a form of the language older than Homer, but definitely Greek. Which meant the tablets Evans found at Knossos weren't written by the Minoans at all, at least not by native Minoan speakers. They were written by Greek speakers who had taken over the palace in its final phase. The true Minoan language was preserved only in Linear A, the older, rarer script that to this day remains undeciphered. We can see Minoan Civilization, admire their art, walk through their palace, study their culture, but we can't hear their voices. Their language is silent, locked away in those Linear A tablets that taunt scholars with their inscrutability. But that revelation was decades in the future. In 1900, Evans was still in that first flush of discovery, uncovering a palace that exceeded his wildest expectations, finding evidence of a sophisticated Bronze Age civilization that had somehow been almost entirely forgotten. He was a man who had gone looking for ancient writing and stumbled into an entire lost world. The excavation site itself must have been something to see. Crews of local workers digging carefully through layers of debris, separating the rubble of collapsed walls from the artifacts scattered among them. Wheelbarrows trundling back and forth carrying dirt and stones to dump sites. Evans himself moving from room to room, notebook in hand, examining each new discovery, making sketches, taking measurements, developing theories. Other scholars visiting to see the finds firsthand because word was spreading through the archaeological community that something extraordinary was happening on Crete. And it was all happening fast, maybe too fast by modern standards. Archaeological methodology has evolved considerably since 1900, and contemporary archaeologists would be horrified by some of Evans's techniques. He excavated quickly, removing whole sections of the palace in a season, which meant less careful documentation than we'd insist on now. He interpreted as he went, developing theories about room functions and chronology that influenced how he excavated, which is somewhat circular reasoning when you think about it. And he did something that makes modern archaeologists wince. He started reconstructing the ruins. Not just studying them, not just preserving what remained, but actively rebuilding sections of the palace to show what they might have looked like in their prime. He brought in concrete, that wonderful modern material, and used it to reinforce ancient walls, to rebuild columns, to reconstruct upper floors. He repainted frescoes based on fragments, filling in missing sections with educated guesses. He created what he called reconstitutions, his word, not mine, that were part archaeological reconstruction and part imaginative interpretation. The results are controversial to this day. On one hand, the reconstructions at Knossos make it much easier for visitors to understand the palace, to visualize how it might have functioned as a living space rather than just a pile of ruins. When you walk through the reconstructed areas, you can see how the light wells would have worked, how the columns supported upper floors, how the different levels connected. It's genuinely illuminating in ways that an unreconstructed ruin wouldn't be. On the other hand, nobody's entirely sure how accurate Evans' reconstructions are. He made lots of judgment calls based on his interpretation of Minoan architecture, and some of those calls are now questioned. Did the palace really look like his reconstruction? Were there really upper floors in all the places he added them? Were the columns really painted those colours? Did the frescoes really depict what his restorations show? We'll never know for certain, because the reconstructions obscure the original remains, and you can't re-excavate what's been covered in concrete. But in 1900, these concerns were far in the future. Evans was excavating, discovering, documenting, and interpreting at a pace that left little time for doubt or second-guessing. He'd found his ancient writing, his lost civilization, his vindication for all those years of persistent pursuit. The palace that emerged from the hillside at Kafala was everything he'd hoped for and more, a genuine labyrinth, a sprawling architectural wonder, evidence of a sophisticated society that had flourished and vanished millennia before classical Greece rose to prominence. And standing in that throne room, looking at that stone seat worn smooth by ancient use, Evans must have felt the weight of time in a very immediate way. Someone had sat on that throne 3,500 years ago, ruling over this palace, this city, this civilization. They'd made decisions, given orders, participated in ceremonies, lived a life in a world so different from 1900 as to be almost alien, yet similar enough that a chair was still recognizable as a chair, a throne as a throne. The labyrinth symbols carved into stones throughout the palace seemed to watch over everything, that double-headed axe marking this as a special place, a centre of power and religion and administration. Whether the labyrinth of myth was this palace, or whether the myth preserved memories of some other complex building now lost, or whether the whole story was invented later and any connection to Knossos was coincidental, all of that could be debated. But the palace itself was undeniably real, undeniably impressive and undeniably Minoan. One detail that particularly struck Evans was how organic the palace felt. It hadn't been built all at once according to a master plan. You could see how it had grown over time, how rooms had been added, walls knocked through, spaces repurposed. There were sections that seemed to belong to different building phases, architectural styles that evolved over centuries. The palace had a history, layers of occupation and modification and reconstruction, all compressed now into the ruins being uncovered by Evans's crews. This made perfect sense when you thought about it. A palace occupied for centuries would naturally evolve, expanding as needs changed, adapting to new circumstances, being rebuilt after earthquakes, and Crete had plenty of earthquakes, sitting as it does in a seismically active region. The Minoans would have grown accustomed to the ground shaking beneath their feet, to buildings needing repair and reinforcement, to the constant threat of disaster from below. Living on Crete meant learning to rebuild over and over. Some of the walls showed evidence of exactly that. Earthquake damage that had been repaired, sections that had collapsed and been reconstructed, reinforcements added to strengthen structures against future shaking. The Minoans had developed architectural techniques to deal with seismic stress, using wooden beams embedded in walls to create flexible joints that could absorb earthquake motion without complete collapse. It wasn't earthquake-proof, no Bronze Age building could claim that, but it was earthquake-resistant, which was the best you could hope for. As summer heat settled over Crete in 1900, making excavation work increasingly uncomfortable, Bronze Age palaces didn't come with air conditioning, and neither did early 20th century archaeological digs. Evans and his team continued uncovering room after room, corridor after corridor. The scale just kept expanding. Every time they thought they'd found the edge of the palace, another section would appear. It was genuinely labyrinthine, not through any intentional maze design, but simply through the organic complexity of a building that had grown over centuries, and still no walls, no fortifications, no defensive perimeter, just this massive open complex sitting on a hill, as vulnerable to attack as a sandcastle is to the incoming tide, yet apparently never bothered with protecting itself through conventional military architecture. The mystery of the unfortified palace became one of the defining questions about Minoan civilization, one that scholars would debate for the next century and beyond. Evans' theory about sea power, about a navy that made walls unnecessary, remained the best explanation. The Minoans controlled the waters, and that control made them secure in a way that stone walls never could. Their fleet was their fortress, and the Aegean was their moat. It was an elegant strategy, a sophisticated approach to defence that transcended the brute force of fortification walls. But it was also, as we'll discover later, a strategy with a critical weakness. Sea power is only useful when you have it, when your fleet remains dominant, when no disaster disrupts your naval supremacy. And in the Bronze Age Mediterranean, disasters had a way of arriving when you least expected them. sometimes from enemies, sometimes from nature, sometimes from combinations of both that no amount of planning could anticipate. For now, though, in that first excavation season of 1900, such concerns were far in the future. Evans had found his lost civilization, the Palace of Minos, for that's what he called it, permanently linking the site to Greek mythology, stood revealed after millennia of concealment. Europe's first great civilization had been rediscovered, and its secrets were only beginning to emerge from the earth of Crete. Now let's address the elephant in the room. Or rather, the absence of walls around the room. Because here's the thing that kept nagging at Evans and every archaeologist who followed him. How does a civilization build a massive palace complex, accumulate obvious wealth, control territory, and just not bother with defensive walls? It's the Bronze Age equivalent of leaving your front door unlocked in a rough neighbourhood. Except the neighbourhood in question was the Eastern Mediterranean, and rough is putting it mildly. To understand why the Minoans felt comfortable with this arrangement, we need to talk about what historians call a thalassocracy. It's a Greek word, thalassa meaning sea and kratos meaning power or rule, and it describes exactly what it sounds like. A state that derives its power from controlling the seas rather than controlling land through military force. Think Venice in the medieval period, think the Dutch Republic at its height, think the British Empire before someone invented airplanes and made their island fortress strategy somewhat less effective. Naval powers that didn't need castle walls because their real defence was floating offshore, ready to sink anyone who got ideas about invasion. The Minoans, Evans theorised, were the Bronze Age Mediterranean's first great thalassocracy. Their fleet dominated the Aegean Sea, controlling the trade routes, projecting power across the islands, and most importantly, preventing anyone from reaching Crete with hostile intent. It's an elegant solution to the mystery of the unfortified palace, and the more you examine the evidence, the more sense it makes. Let's start with geography, because geography is destiny, especially in the ancient world where you couldn't exactly relocate if you didn't like your neighbourhood. Crete is an island, obvious statement but worth emphasising, sitting roughly equidistant between mainland Greece to the north, Anatolia to the east, and North Africa to the south. It's the largest island in the Aegean, stretching about 260 kilometres from east to west, with mountains running down its spine like a geological backbone. The mountains meant the interior was rugged and not particularly suitable for large-scale agriculture, but the coastal plains were fertile, perfect for growing olives and grapes and grain. More importantly, Crete's position made it a natural hub for maritime trade. Any ship travelling between Greece and Egypt, between Anatolia and the western Mediterranean, between the Aegean Islands and anywhere else, would likely pass within sight of Crete. The island was like a giant toll booth sitting in the middle of the Bronze Age's busiest shipping lanes, except instead of collecting tolls, the Minoans collected opportunities for trade, for cultural exchange, for keeping an eye on everyone else's naval movements. And being an island meant that any potential enemy faced a fundamental logistical problem. They couldn't just march an army to your borders. They needed ships. Lots of ships if they wanted to transport enough soldiers to pose a serious threat. Ships that were expensive to build, difficult to maintain, and required skilled sailors to operate, especially in the notoriously unpredictable Aegean with its sudden storms and tricky currents. It's not like calling an Uber. Bronze Age naval logistics were genuinely complicated. Now, we don't have any surviving Minoan warships, unfortunately. Wood rots, especially after 3.5 millennia underwater or buried in sediment, so the physical evidence of their navy has long since disappeared. What we do have are artistic representations, ships painted on frescoes, carved on seals, depicted in miniature on pottery, and these give us some sense of what Minoan vessels looked like. They were oared galleys, sleek and relatively narrow, built for speed and manoeuvrability rather than cargo capacity. The images show ships with high prows and sterns, decorated with elaborate figureheads, rowers arranged along the sides, and sometimes a single mast for a sail when the wind was favourable. These weren't the massive warships of later eras, no ancient triremes with 3 banks of oars, no medieval galleons bristling with cannons, definitely no aircraft carriers with nuclear reactors and catapult systems. Bronze Age warships were modest by those standards, probably carrying crews of maybe 20 to 40 men depending on the vessel's size. But here's the thing about naval warfare in the Bronze Age. You didn't need massive ships. You needed enough ships to control the sea lanes, to patrol the waters around your territory, to intercept anyone who looked suspicious, and to project an image of power that discouraged potential aggressors from even trying. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of maintaining a naval presence. You don't necessarily need to fight major battles. In fact, if your fleet is strong enough, you probably won't have to, because everyone else will recognize they can't win and won't bother attacking. It's deterrence through capability, the Bronze Age version of speak softly and carry a big stick, except the stick is wooden and floats, and has a bunch of guys with oars ready to ram anyone who causes trouble. The Minoans had advantages beyond just their fleet. They knew the waters around Crete intimately, every current, every wind pattern, every sheltered bay where you could hide ships or wait out a storm. They knew which channels between islands were navigable and which were too dangerous, where the underwater rocks were, where to find fresh water, where to make emergency repairs. Home field advantage is real even on water, and it's especially valuable when your opponents are trying to navigate unfamiliar seas while you're sailing in your backyard. This intimate knowledge of the Aegean would have made Minoan sailors formidable even if their ships weren't particularly advanced. They could exploit conditions that foreign navies couldn't, use routes that others would consider too risky, appear from directions that shouldn't be possible if you didn't know the local geography. It's the naval equivalent of guerrilla warfare, using superior knowledge of terrain to offset any disadvantages in numbers or equipment. And the evidence suggests the Minoans extended their naval reach far beyond Crete itself. Archaeological excavations throughout the Aegean have found Minoan colonies, outposts and trading settlements on multiple islands. Thera, the island that would later explode in one of history's most catastrophic volcanic eruptions, but we'll get to that disaster in due course, had a substantial Minoan presence, with towns built in distinctly Minoan style, pottery that matched Cretan production, frescoes that could have been painted by Knossos artists. The same pattern shows up on other islands, Kea, Kythera, Rhodes, even as far north as some of the Cycladic islands. These outposts served multiple purposes. They were trading posts, yes, places where Minoan merchants could exchange their goods, olive oil, wine, fine pottery, textiles, bronze tools and weapons, for raw materials that Crete lacked, particularly metals. Crete had copper deposits, essential for making bronze, but no significant tin sources, and bronze requires both copper and tin alloyed together. So the Minoans needed to import tin, probably from Anatolia or even further afield, and these island settlements facilitated that trade. But the outposts were also strategic, naval bases in effect. A ship stationed on Thera could monitor traffic in the southern Aegean. A post on Rhodes controlled the approaches from Anatolia. Settlements in the Cyclades gave the Minoans eyes throughout the central Aegean. It was a network of observation posts and anchorages that extended Minoan power across hundreds of kilometers of open water. Think of it as an early warning system combined with a coast guard, except the coast you're guarding includes about 50 islands scattered across an area roughly the size of England. This network gave the Minoans what military strategists call defense in depth. An enemy couldn't just sail directly to Crete and launch a surprise attack. They'd have to pass by Minoan outposts where their movements would be observed and reported. By the time an invasion fleet reached Crete, the Minoans would know it was coming, would have had time to prepare, and could choose whether to meet the enemy at sea or let them land and then cut off their retreat. Either way, the advantage went to the Minoans. The economic benefits of controlling the seas were probably even more important than the military ones, honestly. Trade in the Bronze Age Mediterranean was incredibly lucrative for anyone who could manage it safely. The Eastern Mediterranean was home to several wealthy civilizations. Egypt with its vast agricultural surplus and hunger for luxury goods, the Hittite Empire in Anatolia with its access to metal resources, the Levantine city-states with their position at the crossroads of overland trade routes, and emerging Mycenaean Greece with its own growing wealth and ambitions. All of these societies wanted things they couldn't produce locally, and all of them needed merchants to facilitate that exchange. The Minoans, with their central location and naval dominance, were perfectly positioned to become middlemen in this trade network. Egyptian tomb paintings from the 18th dynasty, roughly contemporary with Knossos at its height, show processions of foreign delegations bringing tribute or trade goods to the pharaoh, and among them are figures that Egyptian artists labelled as keftiu, generally interpreted as referring to Cretans. These keftiu wear distinctive clothing, kilts, and elaborate hairstyles that match Minoan artistic conventions, and carry goods that look Minoan in style. They're bringing pottery, metal vessels and other luxury items, offering them to Egypt's rulers as either trade goods or diplomatic gifts. The fact that Minoans show up in Egyptian tomb paintings tells us something important. They were significant enough in Egyptian eyes to be worth depicting. Egypt didn't bother painting representations of minor trading partners or unimportant neighbours. If you made it onto an Egyptian wall, you mattered. The Minoans mattered, which means their trade network was substantial enough to catch pharaonic attention. And it wasn't just Egypt. Minoan pottery shows up in archaeological sites throughout the eastern Mediterranean, Syria, Cyprus, the Levantine coast, Anatolia, and extensively throughout the Aegean Islands and mainland Greece. Sometimes these are just a few sherds mixed in with local pottery, evidence of casual trade or perhaps diplomatic gifts. But sometimes you find substantial quantities of Minoan goods, enough to suggest serious commercial relationships or even Minoan merchants living abroad. The distribution pattern suggests a network of regular trade routes, ships moving back and forth on predictable schedules, the Bronze Age equivalent of shipping container routes. What were they trading? Well, Crete produced excellent olive oil, which was valuable throughout the ancient world for cooking, lighting, personal hygiene, and various industrial purposes. Olive oil was basically the Bronze Age's multi-purpose product, essential for everything from frying fish to fueling lamps to waterproofing leather. Cretan wine had a good reputation too, and wine travelled well in those enormous amphorae if you sealed them properly. The island's craftsmen produced pottery that was genuinely superior to most local production, in terms of both aesthetics and functionality. Those marine-style vessels with octopi and dolphins weren't just pretty, they demonstrated technical skill that commanded premium prices. But probably the most valuable Minoan exports were specialised craft goods, carved stone vessels, fine textiles, elaborate bronze weapons and tools, jewellery and other luxury items that required skilled artisans to produce. These were the kinds of goods that Bronze Age elites wanted, not necessities, but status symbols, the ancient equivalent of designer brands. When a Mycenaean lord wanted to show off his wealth and connections, he'd serve wine from a Minoan rhyton, a ritual vessel, often shaped like a bull's head or some other elaborate form, and everyone would be impressed. Social signalling through consumer goods is not a modern invention. In return, the Minoans got metals, tin for bronze, copper to supplement local sources, gold and silver for jewellery and prestigious display, lead for various applications. They got ivory from Syria and Egypt, either elephant ivory from Africa or hippopotamus ivory from the Nile. They got exotic materials like lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. Yes, Afghanistan, which meant this stuff travelled thousands of kilometres along overland trade routes before reaching Mediterranean ports where Minoans could acquire it. They got ideas, artistic influences, technological innovations, all the cultural cross-pollination that happens when different societies interact through trade. This trade network was the foundation of Minoan wealth and power. The palace at Knossos wasn't rich because Crete had gold mines or controlled vast agricultural territories. It was rich because it sat at the centre of a maritime trade network that generated profits for everyone involved, and the palace administration took its cut. Those massive storage magazines full of pithoi weren't just storing the palace's own agricultural production. They were holding trade goods in transit, olive oil and wine destined for export, imported metals waiting to be distributed to craftsmen. The palace was functioning as a combination of administrative centre, religious complex and massive warehouse operation. And controlling the seas meant controlling that trade, which meant controlling wealth. If you wanted to ship goods through the Aegean, you probably needed to deal with the Minoans in some capacity. Maybe you paid them directly for safe passage. Maybe you used Minoan ships to transport your cargo, paying freight charges. Maybe you traded through Minoan intermediaries who took their commission. Or maybe you just accepted that operating in waters the Minoans dominated meant playing by their rules, which was less expensive than trying to challenge them and having your ships mysteriously sink under circumstances that were definitely unfortunate accidents, and certainly not piracy. What an accusation! How dare you suggest such a thing? Now let's talk about what this looked like from the perspective of the Minoans' neighbours, because contrast really highlights how unusual the Minoan approach was. At roughly the same time the Minoans were building their unfortified palaces and controlling the seas, the Mycenaeans on mainland Greece were taking a very different approach to security and power projection. The Mycenaeans, named after Mycenae, their most famous citadel, but really consisting of several independent kingdoms scattered across southern Greece, were not subtle about their military priorities. When a Mycenaean king decided to build a palace, he apparently started by asking, "How can I make this absolutely impossible to capture?" and then proceeded accordingly. Their citadels were fortresses in the most literal sense, built on high hills, surrounded by massive walls constructed from limestone blocks so enormous that later Greeks invented a myth about cyclopes building them because regular humans supposedly couldn't move stones that size. Take Mycenae itself. The citadel sits on a rocky hill dominating the Argive plain, with walls that still stand in places up to 13 meters high. These aren't decorative walls, aren't garden walls marking property boundaries. These are, we're expecting trouble and we're ready for it walls, built from blocks weighing several tons each, fitted together with such precision that you can barely slip a knife blade between them. The main entrance, the famous Lion Gate, is designed as a deliberate choke point. Invaders would have to funnel through this narrow passage, while defenders on the walls above rained down arrows, spears, and whatever else seemed appropriate for discouraging uninvited guests. Inside those massive walls, space was at a premium. Mycenaean citadels weren't sprawling comfortable palaces like Knossos. They were cramped, fortified compounds where the priority was defense, not comfort or aesthetic appeal. The main palace building was reasonably impressive, sure, with a megaron, a rectangular hall with a central hearth and throne room that served as the king's primary residence and administrative centre. But everything else was squeezed into whatever space remained within the defensive perimeter. Storage rooms, workshops, barracks for soldiers, cisterns to ensure water supply during sieges, all crammed together because extending the walls to create more space meant more wall to defend, and more resources spent on fortification. The Mycenaeans also invested heavily in underground chambers for extra security. At Mycenae there's a series of storage chambers built into the slope of the hill, accessible through a concealed entrance, probably designed to hide valuable goods during an attack. Several Mycenaean sites have elaborate underground cisterns, ensuring the citadel wouldn't be vulnerable to being cut off from water sources during a siege. These people were thinking through every possible vulnerability and working to eliminate it. This wasn't just Mycenae. Tiryns, another major Mycenaean citadel, had walls so thick they contained internal galleries. You could walk inside the walls themselves, through passages created by the overlapping masonry. These galleries might have served as storage areas, or as sheltered positions for defenders, or simply as a clever way to build incredibly thick walls without using solid stone throughout. Either way, the effect was intimidating. Anyone attacking Tiryns wasn't just facing walls, they were facing walls that had walls inside them. Its defensive architecture bordering on paranoia. Athens had its fortified Acropolis, the rocky outcrop that would later hold the Parthenon but in Mycenaean times served as a fortress. Thebes, or Orchomenos, Pylos, all the major Mycenaean centres invested heavily in defensive architecture. Even smaller settlements often had fortifications, at least walls or defensive towers. The Mycenaean approach to security was comprehensive, consistent, and based on a simple principle. Trust no one, expect attack. Be ready to defend your holdings with military force. The contrast with Minoan Crete couldn't be more stark. Where Mycenaean art glorified warfare, frescoes showing hunting scenes that were barely disguised combat training, depictions of armour and weapons, imagery of masculine aggression and power, Minoan art showed dolphins and flowers and religious processions. Where Mycenaean graves were filled with weapons, swords, daggers, spearheads, full suits of bronze armour, Minoan burials contained jewellery, fine pottery and ritual objects. The Mycenaeans slept inside castles. The Minoans apparently slept soundly without them. This isn't to say the Mycenaeans were wrong to build fortifications. Mainland Greece was a different environment from island Crete, with different security concerns. The Mycenaeans had land borders with each other and with various neighbouring peoples, which meant armies could march to your territory without needing a fleet. Disputes over agricultural land or pasture lands could escalate into armed conflict fairly easily. The Mycenaean kingdoms fought each other regularly. Archaeology shows destruction layers at multiple sites that suggest violent conflicts, and they may have faced threats from peoples to the north or west as well. In that environment, walls made perfect sense. You couldn't rely on naval power to keep enemies away because enemies didn't need ships to reach you. You needed stone fortifications, strong garrison forces, and the ability to withstand a siege. The Mycenaean approach was rational given their circumstances, even if it resulted in a very different lifestyle from the Minoans' more relaxed architectural style. But here's where it gets interesting. The Mycenaeans clearly knew about Minoan civilization. They couldn't help but know. Crete was right there across the water, a wealthy trading partner, a source of luxury goods and artistic influences. Mycenaean elites imported Minoan pottery, copied Minoan artistic styles, adopted aspects of Minoan religion, borrowed architectural elements like light wells and throne rooms. They admired Minoan culture enough to imitate it extensively, yet they didn't adopt the Minoan approach to defense. Despite seeing that Knossos and the other Cretan palaces lacked fortifications and apparently remained secure anyway, the Mycenaeans kept building their massive walls. Why? Because they understood something fundamental. What worked on an island with a dominant navy wouldn't work on the mainland where anyone could walk to your borders. The Minoan model was impressive but non-transferable. It was site-specific, dependent on geography and naval power in ways that couldn't be replicated in different circumstances. This created an interesting dynamic in the Bronze Age Aegean. You had the Minoans as the dominant naval power, controlling trade routes and operating from their unfortified palace complexes, and you had the Mycenaeans as emerging land powers, increasingly wealthy and organized, building their fortresses and developing their military capabilities. They traded with each other, influenced each other culturally, probably competed for control of certain trade routes or island outposts. But they operated according to fundamentally different strategic logic. The Mycenaeans must have looked at Knossos with a mixture of admiration and incomprehension. On one hand, it was this beautiful, sophisticated palace, so much more elegant and comfortable than their own cramped fortresses. The architecture was superior, the art was better, the whole lifestyle seemed more refined. But on the other hand, no walls? Really? How do you sleep at night without walls? What happens if someone attacks? What's your backup plan? The Minoan answer would have been, our backup plan is that attacks don't reach us because we control the seas, which must have seemed simultaneously brilliant and terrifying to the Mycenaeans. Brilliant because it worked so well when it worked. Terrifying because it represented putting all your eggs in one basket, the naval basket, and hoping that basket never broke. And here's the thing about naval power. It's only as strong as your ships and the men who sail them. Lose your fleet, through battle or storm or some other disaster, and suddenly your entire defense strategy collapses. The Minoans had no fallback position, no secondary defensive line. If their navy failed, Crete was wide open, as vulnerable as any unfortified settlement to whoever showed up with hostile intent, and enough ships to transport an invasion force. The Mycenaeans, in contrast, had their massive walls. Even if they lost battles in the field, even if enemies overran their territory, they could retreat behind those fortifications and wait. Walls don't depend on weather, don't require constant maintenance like ships, don't need crews of skilled sailors. Walls just sit there being walls, reliably defensive, immune to storms and navigational errors. They're not glamorous, they're not sophisticated, but they're dependable in ways that navies can't quite match. This difference in strategic approach reflected deeper cultural differences between Minoan and Mycenaean societies. The Minoans seem to have been more centralized, with the palace at Knossos functioning as the clear center of power on Crete. Other palaces existed, Phaistos, Melia, Zakros, but Knossos was larger, more elaborate, apparently more important. This sent the Mycenaeans, by contrast, were fragmented into multiple kingdoms that competed with each other as often as they cooperated. Mycenae, Pylos, Athens, Thebes, these were separate polities with their own kings, their own territories, their own interests. Sometimes they allied, sometimes they fought, but they never unified into a single state during the Bronze Age. This fragmentation meant they couldn't easily coordinate naval power even if they wanted to. Building walls was something each kingdom could do independently, which made it a more practical defense strategy for their political structure. There's also the question of military culture and values. The Mycenaean kingdoms had a warrior aristocracy, where status and prestige came from military prowess, from success in battle, from the ability to defend your holdings and raid your neighbours. Their art glorified combat, their heroes were warriors, their most valued possessions were weapons. This was a society organised around military competition, where strength was measured in fighting men and fortifications. The Minoans, as far as we can tell from the archaeological evidence, didn't share those values to the same degree. They certainly had warriors. You don't control sea routes without the ability to fight when necessary. But warfare doesn't seem to have been central to their identity in the way it was for the Mycenaeans. Their art doesn't celebrate battle. Their palaces don't emphasize military power. Their approach to security was more subtle, more reliant on economic and naval dominance than on brute force. This might explain why the Minoans were comfortable with their strategy despite its potential vulnerabilities. In their worldview, power came from controlling trade in the seas, not from building the biggest fortress or fielding the largest army. Success meant prosperity through commerce, cultural sophistication, religious authority, and the ability to project influence across the Aegean through economic rather than military means. They were merchants and sailors first, warriors only when absolutely necessary. The Mycenaeans, meanwhile, were warriors who also traded. The distinction matters. When your identity is built around martial values, When your status depends on military success, you're naturally going to invest in military infrastructure like fortification walls. When your identity is built around maritime trade and cultural sophistication, you're naturally going to invest in ships and palace architecture that impresses visitors rather than intimidates enemies. Neither approach was inherently better or worse. They were adapted to different circumstances, different geographies, different cultural values. But they did create different vulnerabilities. The Minoan strategy worked wonderfully as long as their naval dominance remained intact and no major disasters disrupted their system. The Mycenaean strategy was more robust against various threats, but came at the cost of lifestyle and comfort. Living in fortresses isn't as pleasant as living in open palaces, however secure those fortresses might be. For probably several centuries, the Minoan system worked extremely well. The palaces on Crete flourished, trade networks expanded, artistic achievement reached impressive heights, and the absence of fortification walls wasn't a problem because nobody could reach Crete to attack the palaces anyway. The wooden walls, the fleet, provided all the security that stone walls would have offered, but without the architectural constraints and lifestyle limitations. You can imagine Minoan nobles entertaining Mycenaean visitors, showing off their beautiful palaces with their light wells and frescoes and spacious courtyards, and politely declining to comment on the fact that their guests came from cramped fortresses that probably smelled like a combination of weapon oil and chronic military anxiety. Yes, we don't have walls, how observant of you. Would you like to see our bathroom with the flushing toilet? No? Perhaps you'd prefer the throne room with the dolphin frescoes. We find that controlling the seas provides quite adequate security, though I'm sure your approach works well enough for your circumstances. The Mycenaeans, for their part, probably looked at all this elegance and thought, this is great, but where do you store your weapons? Where do you muster your troops during an emergency? What do you do if someone actually makes it past your fleet? And the Minoans would smile and change the subject, because honestly, why worry about hypothetical scenarios when the actual reality is working perfectly well? This confidence, some might call it complacency, but let's be charitable and call it confidence, permeated Minoan society. Archaeological evidence suggests they expanded their influence throughout the Aegean during the height of their power, establishing those colonies and trading posts we mentioned earlier, operating with the assurance that comes from naval dominance. They didn't seem to expect serious military challenges, and for a long time they didn't face any. The administrative records from Knossos, those linear B tablets that survived because they were baked in the final fire, don't show a society obsessed with military concerns. Yes, there are references to weapons, to armour, to military equipment, but their catalogue entries, inventory lists, the bureaucratic record-keeping of a palace administration that needed to know what resources it had available. There's no sense of urgency, no evidence of mobilization for war, no indication that military threats dominated the palace's attention. The records show a society primarily concerned with economic administration, tracking sheep, recording grain stores, noting who owed what to whom, managing the complex logistics of a palace economy. This is very different from later military societies where written records often focus heavily on warfare, military campaigns, threats from enemies. The Knossos tablets read more like the accounts department of a successful trading company than the war room of a military power, which from the Minoan perspective makes perfect sense. Why focus on military threats when your real business is controlling trade routes and accumulating wealth through commerce? But there's a trap in this kind of success, a danger that wouldn't become apparent until much later. When your entire defensive strategy depends on a single element, naval power, you're vulnerable in ways that might not be obvious during peaceful, prosperous times. If something happens to disrupt that naval dominance, whether through military defeat or natural disaster or some other catastrophe, you suddenly have no backup plan. Your beautiful unfortified palaces become liabilities rather than assets. Your whole society is exposed in ways that fortress-dwelling peoples aren't. The Mycenaeans, with their massive walls, were hedging their bets. Sure, they invested enormous resources in fortifications, resources that could have gone to building prettier palaces or more comfortable living spaces, but those walls meant they had options when trouble came. They could retreat, defend, endure. They had resilience built into their architecture. The Minoans chose a different path, investing in mobility and control rather than static defense. It was elegant, it was sophisticated, and it allowed for a lifestyle that the Mycenaeans must have envied. But it was also, in hindsight, more fragile than it appeared at the height of Minoan power. Standing in the ruins of Knossos today, you can see the consequences of both approaches. The Minoan palace is more beautiful, more architecturally interesting, more pleasant to walk through. But it's also more completely destroyed, because when disaster finally came, there was nothing to protect it. The Mycenaean citadels, in contrast, still have their walls standing after more than 3 millennia. They're less comfortable, less aesthetically impressive, but they're more durable. They were built for survival, and survival is exactly what they achieved. Not that the Minoans were thinking about any of this during their centuries of prosperity and naval dominance. Why would they? The system worked, the wealth flowed in, the palaces grew ever more elaborate, and the seas remained firmly under their control. If you'd told a Minoan administrator in 1600 BCE that their strategy had a critical vulnerability, they would have politely shown you their fleet and their trading empire and their beautiful unfortified palaces, and they would have asked, quite reasonably, what vulnerability you were talking about. Sometimes the greatest weaknesses only become apparent when they're exploited, and sometimes exploitation comes not from enemy action but from nature itself, from disasters that no amount of strategic planning can prevent. The Minoans built their civilization on the foundation of naval power and the security it provided, and for centuries that foundation seemed absolutely solid. Until it wasn't. Until the ground literally shifted beneath them in ways that would make naval dominance suddenly irrelevant, and leave those beautiful unfortified palaces terrifyingly vulnerable. But those catastrophes were still in the future, approaching from unexpected directions, bringing changes that would end the age of Minoan thalassocracy and usher in a new, much more violent era in the Aegean. For now, though, at the height of their power, the Minoans sailed their seas, controlled their trade routes, lived in their elegant palaces, and presumably looked at the Mycenaean fortresses with something between amusement and pity. Walls, they might have thought. How charmingly primitive. We have ships. So we've established that the Minoans felt comfortable enough with their naval supremacy to skip the whole defensive walls trend that was so popular with their neighbours. But what did they actually build instead? What does a palace look like when its architects aren't constrained by military considerations, when they can focus entirely on functionality, comfort, and impressing visitors, rather than withstanding sieges? The answer is complicated. Very, very complicated. Let's start with the basic layout of Knossos, because understanding the structure is essential to grasping just how unusual this place was. The palace covered roughly 20,000 square meters. That's about 215,000 square feet if you prefer imperial measurements, or approximately 5 acres of building. For context, that's roughly the size of a large modern shopping mall, except instead of a food court and anchor stores, you've got Bronze Age administrative offices and ritual chambers. Not exactly the same vibe, but the scale is comparable. The entire complex was organised around a central courtyard, a massive open-air rectangle measuring approximately 50 metres by 30 metres. This courtyard was the heart of everything, the organising principle that gave structure to what would otherwise be an incomprehensible maze of rooms and corridors. If you could find the central courtyard, you could orient yourself. If you couldn't find it, well, good luck, because you were about to discover why the Greeks later told stories about labyrinths and people getting hopelessly lost in Cretan palaces. The courtyard itself was paved, probably with limestone slabs, creating a large flat space suitable for public gatherings, religious ceremonies, or really any activity that required open space and an audience. Given the Minoans' apparent fondness for bull leaping, this courtyard might have served as the arena for those performances. Plenty of room for a charging bull, for acrobats to execute their vaults, for spectators to watch from the surrounding palace wings while maintaining a safe distance from the horns. Not that any distance is truly safe when bulls are involved, but at least if you were on the second floor watching from a window, the bull probably couldn't reach you. Probably. Surrounding this central courtyard, the palace extended in all 4 directions, but not in any neat symmetrical fashion. This wasn't Roman architecture with its love of straight lines and geometric precision. This wasn't even classical Greek architecture with its careful proportions and balanced design. This was organic, accumulated, the architectural equivalent of a coral reef that had grown over centuries as successive rulers added new sections, modified old ones, rebuilt after earthquakes, and generally treated the palace as a perpetual construction project. The result was genuinely labyrinthine. Evans and his team estimated that Knossos contained over 1,000 rooms, though the exact count depends on how you define room versus corridor versus storage alcove. Some of these rooms were grand and impressive. Throne rooms, audience chambers, ritual spaces with elaborate decorations. Others were tiny, barely large enough for a single person to turn around in, serving specialized functions in the palace's complex economy. And connecting all of these rooms was a network of corridors, staircases, doorways, and passages that would have required either a detailed mental map or a very good memory to navigate efficiently. Let's talk about the staircases because they're actually remarkable. The most famous is the grand staircase on the eastern side of the palace, and grand is not an exaggeration. This was a multi-story staircase descending from the central courtyard down through at least 4 levels, possibly 5, though the upper levels didn't survive well enough to be certain. Each flight was broad enough for several people to walk side by side, with steps that were a reasonable height and depth by modern standards. No crude stone slabs forcing you to take awkward giant steps or tiny shuffling steps. The Minoans had figured out ergonomics, or at least the Bronze Age equivalent thereof. But what makes the grand staircase genuinely impressive is how it was supported and lit. The stairs wrapped around a central light well, that vertical shaft we mentioned earlier, that brought natural daylight down through all the levels. The staircase itself was supported by columns at each landing, those distinctive Minoan columns that taper downward instead of upward, painted red with black capitals. The columns supported horizontal beams, which in turn supported the stairs above, creating a self-supporting structure that distributed weight efficiently across multiple load-bearing elements. This is sophisticated engineering. The Minoans understood concepts like load distribution, structural redundancy, and the importance of allowing some flexibility in the system to accommodate settling and seismic movement. Crucial on Crete, where earthquakes were a regular occurrence. The grand staircase wasn't just functional, it was beautiful, with painted columns and plastered walls, and that flood of natural light creating an effect that must have been genuinely impressive to visitors walking down from the upper levels. The light wells, actually, deserve their own discussion, because they appear throughout the palace and represent a clever solution to a basic architectural problem. How do you get light and fresh air into the interior of a massive multi-story building when you don't have electric lights or HVAC systems? The Minoan answer was to create vertical shafts, open to the sky, that penetrated down through the building. These shafts brought daylight deep into the interior, illuminated corridors and rooms that would otherwise have been dark, and created air circulation that helped keep the palace comfortable, even during hot Mediterranean summers. Imagine walking through the palace interior on a summer afternoon. Without light wells, the inner rooms would be gloomy and stuffy, requiring oil lamps even during the day, and the air would be stale and uncomfortable. With light wells, natural light reaches most of the palace, fresh air circulates through the vertical shafts, and the whole complex feels brighter and more pleasant. It's the difference between a dungeon and a livable space, and the Minoans clearly understood that difference and designed accordingly. The palace also made extensive use of multiple doorways, not just one entrance and exit per room, but often several, creating sequences of connected spaces where you could look through multiple rooms in succession. This created interesting visual effects, those long sightlines we mentioned earlier, but it also served practical purposes. Multiple doorways meant better air circulation, easier movement through the palace, and the ability to control privacy and access by opening or closing specific doors. Some doorways had actual wooden doors that could be shut. Others were permanent openings that relied on curtains or screens for privacy. Now let's organise a tour through the different functional areas of the palace, because calling Knossos a palace is somewhat misleading. It wasn't just a residence for the ruler and his family. It was an administrative centre, a religious complex, an industrial workshop zone, a massive storage facility, and a residential area for hundreds of people, all combined into one enormous architectural complex. It was less like a palace in the medieval European sense, and more like a small city contained within a single interconnected structure. The palace city, if you will. The western wing of the palace, the side that would be on your right if you were standing in the central courtyard facing west, was dominated by storage facilities and administrative spaces. This is where Evan's team found those enormous pithoi, the clay storage jars we keep mentioning. These things were genuinely massive. Some stood nearly 2 meters tall, large enough that you could climb inside if you were so inclined, though why you would want to do that is unclear. Perhaps hide-and-seek champion of the Bronze Age? Nobody will find me in this olive oil jar. Spoiler, they definitely would, and you'd smell like olive oil for weeks. The pithoi were arranged in long, narrow rooms called magazines, narrow probably to make the thick walls support the weight of the upper floors more effectively. Each magazine would contain multiple jars, and each jar could hold hundreds of litres of liquid or dry goods. The total storage capacity of these Western magazines was enormous, enough to hold olive oil, wine, grain, and other commodities to sustain the palace population for months or even years. This wasn't just storing the household's immediate needs, this was centralized economic management on a massive scale. The contents of these pithoi would have been carefully tracked and managed. Some of the linear B tablets found at Knossos are essentially inventory records, lists of how much oil is in which jars, records of distributions to workers or craftsmen, accounts of tribute received or goods shipped out. The palace administration needed to know exactly what resources it had available at any given time, because this storage system was the foundation of the entire palace economy. This kind of centralized storage and redistribution is characteristic of what archaeologists call a palace economy. In this system, agricultural surpluses from the surrounding territory would flow into the palace storerooms. Craftsmen and workers would receive rations, grain, olive oil, wine, whatever they needed from these central stores. Specialized goods produced in palace workshops would be distributed from the same stores. The palace controlled the flow of resources, and that control was the basis of its power and wealth. Its economic management on a grand scale, requiring sophisticated accounting, reliable storage facilities, and administrators who could track everything without the benefit of spreadsheets or computer databases. Adjacent to these storage magazines were rooms that appear to have served administrative functions. Offices, essentially, where scribes worked on their clay tablets, tracking all those resources, recording transactions, managing the complex logistics of running a palace economy. These rooms were generally small, practical spaces without elaborate decoration, the Bronze Age equivalent of back-office cubicles. Nobody was trying to impress visitors with the filing room, apparently. Function over form, at least in the accounting department. The Western Wing also contained what Evans identified as cult rooms or shrines, spaces dedicated to religious activities. One room, the so-called throne room we've already mentioned, had that stone throne and the lustral basin. Other areas had pillars carved with symbols, small chambers that might have held sacred objects, spaces that suggested ritual use, even if we can't be certain exactly what rituals occurred there. The Minoans didn't leave instruction manuals for their religious practices, unfortunately, so we're left inferring from architecture and artifacts what might have happened in these spaces. The eastern wing of the palace, across the central courtyard, had a different character. This is where the grand staircase descended to the lower levels, and where excavations revealed what appear to be residential quarters, the actual living spaces for the royal family and perhaps other important members of the palace hierarchy. These rooms were more elaborately decorated than the Western administrative areas, with frescoes on the walls, more attention to comfort and aesthetics, and those clever architectural features like light wells and multiple doorways that made the spaces pleasant to inhabit. One section of the eastern wing has been labelled the Queen's Megaron, though whether it actually belonged to a queen is pure speculation. Evans named everything, remember, and his Victorian sensibilities influenced his interpretation significantly. But whoever lived in these rooms had access to some genuinely nice amenities. There's a bathroom with elaborate drainage, decorative frescoes including those famous dolphins, and what appears to be a toilet with a flushing mechanism. Yes, really. The Minoans had plumbing that wouldn't be matched in Europe until basically the modern era. Let's appreciate that for a moment. The year is roughly 1600 BCE. The pyramids in Egypt are already ancient. Writing has been around for over 1,000 years, but it's still rare and specialized. Most people live in relatively simple dwellings with basic sanitation, which means basic sanitation in the Bronze Age sense, essentially none. And here at Knossos, you've got a toilet connected to a drainage system, with a water channel that could flush waste away, keeping the living quarters clean and odour-free. The engineering required to make this work, the correct pipe gradients, the water supply, the drainage outflows, the ventilation to prevent sewer gases from backing up, was genuinely sophisticated. The bathroom also had a bathing area, probably using large ceramic tubs that could be filled with water brought from elsewhere in the palace. No hot water heaters, unfortunately, you're not living in that much luxury, but the Minoans understood that people appreciate being clean and that providing facilities for washing was worth the engineering effort. Compare this to medieval European castles more than 2 millennia later, where bathing was infrequent and chamber pots were emptied out windows, and you realise the Minoans were ahead of their time in ways that are slightly depressing when you think about all the sanitation knowledge that would be lost after their civilization fell. The Eastern Wing also contained workshops, areas where craftsmen produced the luxury goods that made Minoan culture famous across the Mediterranean. stone carving workshops where artisans shaped vessels from limestone, alabaster, and imported stones, using bronze tools and probably lots of patience. Pottery workshops where skilled potters threw those elegant vessels on wheels and painted them with intricate marine designs. Bronze working facilities where smiths cast tools, weapons, and decorative objects in moulds, understanding the metallurgy required to create good bronze alloys, roughly 90% copper and 10% tin, though the exact ratios varied depending on the object's intended use. These workshops weren't isolated backroom operations. They were integrated into the palace structure, suggesting that craft production was directly controlled by the palace administration. The craftsmen probably received their materials from palace stores, worked under palace supervision, or at least palace sponsorship, and their finished products went into palace storage to be redistributed as needed. This kind of centralized craft production allowed for quality control, specialized training, and the concentration of skills that produced those high-quality goods that foreign markets valued so highly. The northern wing of the palace contained what might have been ceremonial or public spaces, areas where the palace engaged with the wider community. This included colonnaded porches, open areas that could accommodate gatherings, and passageways that led from the central courtyard toward the exterior of the palace. Some scholars think this area served as a kind of reception zone, where visitors would enter the palace, be appropriately impressed by the architecture and decoration, and then be directed to wherever they needed to go. Administrative offices for business matters, ritual spaces for religious purposes, or audience chambers for meetings with palace officials. The southern wing is less well preserved, making interpretations more difficult, but it seems to have contained a mixture of residential spaces and additional storage areas. The overall impression is of a complex that sprawled across the hilltop, with different sections serving different purposes but all interconnected, all part of a single integrated structure. And then there were the multiple floor levels. Knossos wasn't a single-story complex. It had at least 3 levels in many areas, possibly 4 or even 5 in sections where the ground sloped and architects took advantage of the terrain. The central courtyard was at 1 level, but rooms descended below it on the eastern side where the grand staircase went down, and rose above it on the western side where upper stories extended over the storage magazines. From the exterior, the palace would have presented an irregular skyline, with different sections rising to different heights, giving the whole complex a jumbled but impressive appearance. Walking through this palace, if you could somehow be transported back to its heyday around 1600 BCE, would be a genuinely disorienting experience. You'd enter through one of the multiple entrances, no single grand entrance for Knossos, just various ways in depending on which direction you approached from. You'd find yourself in a corridor or passageway, probably with plastered walls painted with frescoes or at least decorative patterns. The corridor would branch, and you'd have to choose a direction. Choose wrong, and you might end up in a storage magazine full of pithoi. Choose right, and you might reach the central courtyard, which was your best bet for getting oriented. But even finding the central courtyard might not be straightforward. The palace wasn't designed to be navigable for strangers. The layout probably made perfect sense to people who lived and worked there, who knew which passages led where, who had mental maps built up through daily experience. But for a first-time visitor? You'd need a guide, someone to lead you through the maze of corridors and rooms to wherever you needed to go. This might have been intentional, controlling access to different parts of the palace by making the layout confusing, or it might have just been an inevitable result of centuries of organic growth and modification. Either way, the effect was the same. The palace was a labyrinth, and navigating it without help was genuinely difficult. The multiple floor levels made this even more confusing. You might be walking along a corridor on what you think is the ground floor, turn a corner, go down some steps, and suddenly realize you're on a lower level. Or you'd climb a staircase expecting to reach an upper floor, only to find yourself back at what seemed like ground level, because the palace followed the natural slope of the hill. The 3-dimensional complexity was real, and without modern conveniences like floor numbers and directional signage, your here maps would have been helpful, but alas, not invented yet. You were dependent on either prior knowledge or a helpful guide. This complexity extended to the utility systems. The palace had an elaborate water supply network, with clay pipes bringing water from springs outside the palace to various locations within. These pipes were carefully engineered, with sections that fit together to create sealed conduits, proper gradients to maintain flow, and access points for maintenance. Some pipes fed those upper-level areas for bathing and drinking water. Others supplied ritual areas where water was needed for religious purposes. The engineering knowledge required to make this work, to calculate proper slopes, to ensure adequate water pressure, to prevent leaks and blockages, was considerable. The drainage system was equally sophisticated. Wastewater from bathing areas, runoff from rain on the upper levels, and sewage from toilet facilities all needed to be carried away efficiently. The Minoans built stone-lined channels and ceramic pipes to handle this, routing waste to outfalls beyond the palace perimeter. Some drainage channels were large enough to require periodic cleaning. Not the most glamorous job in the palace, one imagines, but absolutely essential for maintaining sanitation. The main drainage channels even had settling tanks where solid waste could be trapped and removed, preventing blockages in the pipes downstream. This is advanced civil engineering by any standard, let alone Bronze Age standards. Temperature control was another consideration. Crete has hot summers and mild but sometimes chilly winters, and the palace needed to be comfortable year-round. The Minoans couldn't install central heating or air conditioning, obviously, but they used passive climate control strategies that are actually quite clever. The thick walls, often built from limestone or made from rubble, fill between stone faces, provided good insulation. The light wells and multiple doorways allowed for natural ventilation, opened the right combinations of doors and windows, and you could create airflow that cooled the interior during summer. Close everything up during winter, and the building retained heat from human activity and from any braziers or lamps burning inside. The storage magazines, built partially into the hillside, took advantage of the Earth's natural temperature regulation. Underground spaces stay cooler in summer and warmer in winter than above-ground areas, which was perfect for storing foodstuffs that needed relatively stable temperatures. Olive oil, wine, grain, all kept better in those partially subterranean magazines than they would have in exposed above-ground storage. The Minoans understood this principle and designed accordingly, even if they probably didn't have the scientific terminology to explain why it worked. Living in this palace complex would have been a unique experience, very different from both typical Bronze Age living conditions and modern residential life. On one hand, you'd have access to amenities that most Bronze Age people never experienced: running water, decent sanitation, relatively spacious rooms, protection from the elements. The palace was probably more comfortable than 95% of dwellings in the ancient world. On the other hand, you'd be living in this enormous, bustling complex where hundreds of people worked and resided, where privacy was limited, where administrative functions and craft production and religious activities all happened around you constantly. It would be loud. Bronze working produces hammering sounds. Potter's wheels creak. Administrative areas buzz with conversation as scribes and officials conduct business. Religious ceremonies involve music, chanting, probably some amount of ritual drama. People constantly moving through corridors, up and down staircases, carrying goods, delivering messages, going about their daily tasks. And if you were in the residential areas, you'd hear all of this as a constant background noise, the soundtrack of palace life. It would also be fairly crowded. Those 1,000+ rooms sound like a lot until you realise many were small storage spaces, workshops, or specialised facilities rather than living quarters. The actual residential capacity of the palace was probably a few hundred people at most. The royal family, high-ranking officials, important priests or priestesses, skilled craftsmen whose work was too valuable to risk having them live elsewhere, and various servants and workers whose duties kept them in the palace constantly. Not quite a small city's worth of inhabitants, but definitely a substantial community all living under one interconnected roof. Social hierarchy would be mapped onto the architecture. The royal family presumably occupied the nicest quarters, those well-decorated rooms with the best views, the finest frescoes, the most convenient access to amenities. High-ranking officials would have comfortable but less elaborate spaces. Craftsmen might have small rooms near their workshops. Lower-status workers probably slept in dormitory-style quarters or in the smallest chambers. Your social position would determine not just where you could go in the palace, some areas probably had restricted access, but where you lived within it and how comfortable your living conditions were. The palace also served as a kind of hub for the surrounding region. People from the nearby town would come to the palace for various reasons: to deliver agricultural products as tribute or taxes, to receive rations if they worked for the palace, to participate in religious festivals that took place in the central courtyard, to conduct business with palace administrators, or simply to trade in the markets that probably operated near the palace entrances. The palace was the centre of economic, religious and political life for the entire region, and that centrality meant a constant flow of people in and out. Security in such an open complex must have been interesting to manage. Without defensive walls or guard towers, Controlling access meant posting personnel at key entry points, and probably throughout the interior at sensitive areas. The storage magazines, the treasury if there was one, the residential quarters, ritual spaces. This corridor is for palace officials only. The public spaces are that way. Not exactly high-intensity security, but probably adequate for a society that apparently didn't face major crime problems or internal threats. Maintenance of such a complex must have been a never-ending challenge. Stone floors need sweeping. Plastered walls need repainting periodically. Frescoes fade or get damaged and require restoration. Wooden architectural elements, beams, columns, doors, window frames need replacing as they decay. The plumbing system requires regular maintenance to prevent clogs and leaks. The drainage channels need cleaning. Earthquake damage needs repair, and on Crete, earthquake damage was a regular occurrence. The palace probably had a permanent staff of workers whose full-time job was just keeping the place functional: masons, carpenters, plasterers, painters, plumbers, and general labourers. The cost of maintaining this enormous complex must have been substantial, which is one reason palace economies needed to be so efficient. The palace wasn't just supporting its residents, it was supporting the army of workers required to keep the building itself functioning. This was possible only because the palace controlled resources at a regional scale, could draw on agricultural surpluses from a wide area, and generated wealth through controlling trade. If the economic foundation weakened, maintaining the palace would become increasingly difficult. Evans' reconstructions at Knossos, controversial as they are, do help modern visitors understand the scale and complexity of the original palace. When you walk through the site today, you can see the reconstructed columns, the rebuilt sections showing how upper floors were supported, the restored frescoes giving some sense of how elaborately decorated the place would have been. Without these reconstructions, the palace would be much harder to comprehend, just foundations and rubble, requiring significant imagination to visualize as a functioning building. But the reconstructions also obscure aspects of the original structure, and they reflect Evans's interpretations, which weren't always correct. Modern archaeologists wince at some of his choices. The extensive use of concrete, the sometimes speculative nature of his reconstructions, the way his work makes it difficult or impossible to re-excavate certain areas with modern techniques. It's a classic conflict between making a site accessible and comprehensible to the public versus preserving it in a state that allows for future research with better methods. Walking through Knossos today, even with the reconstructions, still gives you a sense of the labyrinthine complexity. You can stand in the central courtyard and look at the palace wings rising around you, see the staircases leading up and down to different levels, notice how corridors branch off in multiple directions, and understand why the Greeks told stories about mazes and people getting lost in Cretan palaces. The physical reality of the architecture explains the myth in ways that no amount of description quite captures. And you can see the contrast with those Mycenaean fortresses we discussed earlier. Mycenae was designed for defense, with every architectural choice reflecting military concerns. Knossos was designed for functionality and display, with architecture that prioritized comfort, efficiency, and impressing visitors over defensive capability. The two approaches created radically different built environments, and walking through both sites makes that difference viscerally clear in ways that reading descriptions can't quite convey. The palace wasn't just architecture, it was a statement about Minoan society's values and priorities. They valued complexity and sophistication, artistic display, religious observance, economic management, and comfortable living conditions. They felt secure enough to build openly, to invest in beauty rather than fortification, to create a structure that was as much about demonstrating their cultural achievement as about providing practical functions. The palace was, in many ways, propaganda in stone and plaster, a monument to Minoan Civilization's sophistication and power, designed to impress anyone who visited with the message that the people who built this were advanced, wealthy, and confident in their security. That confidence, as we'll see, wasn't entirely misplaced. The Minoans maintained their civilization for centuries, and the palace at Knossos stood at its centre throughout, constantly being modified and rebuilt and expanded, but always serving as the focal point of Minoan power and culture on Crete. The labyrinth was real, and it was magnificent, a genuine architectural achievement that deserves its place in history alongside better-known ancient wonders. But like all ambitious structures built on assumptions about security and stability, the palace's greatest weakness was its dependence on those assumptions holding true. The complex required constant maintenance, steady resources, political stability, and most importantly, the continuation of the circumstances that made such an open, undefended structure viable. Change those circumstances, disrupt the foundation of naval power and economic control, and the magnificent labyrinth could become a magnificent liability. For centuries, though, those circumstances held. The palace thrived, the Minoans prospered, and the labyrinth at Knossos stood as the most impressive architectural achievement in the Bronze Age Aegean. A city under one roof where hundreds of people lived and worked, where religious rituals honoured mysterious gods, where craftsmen produced the luxury goods that made Minoan culture famous, where administrators tracked resources with their clay tablets, and where the ruler of Crete sat on a stone throne, in a room decorated with griffins and looked out over an empire built on ships and trade rather than walls and warriors. Not a bad achievement for people who supposedly believed in monsters in mazes. Turns out the maze was real. It was just a lot more interesting and practical than the myth suggested. Now we've walked through this massive architectural labyrinth, examined its plumbing and staircases and storage facilities, and established that the Minoans built with confidence rather than paranoia. But architecture alone doesn't tell you what a civilization valued or how they saw themselves. For that, you need to look at their art, and fortunately the Minoans left quite a bit of it painted on their palace walls. And what they chose to paint, and more importantly what they chose not to paint, tells us something fascinating about how different Minoan culture was from basically every other Bronze Age society we know about. Let's start with the technical side, because understanding how Minoan frescoes were made helps you appreciate both their quality and their survival. These weren't paintings on canvas that you could roll up and store in a museum vault. These were true frescoes, painted directly onto wet plaster using the buon fresco technique. The artist would apply a fresh layer of lime plaster to a section of wall, and while that plaster was still wet, you had maybe a day before it dried too much, they'd paint their image using pigments mixed with water. This technique has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is durability. Once the fresco is complete and the plaster is fully cured, the image is remarkably stable. It's not going to flake off like paint applied to a dry surface might. It's resistant to moisture, to normal wear and tear, to most of the things that destroy conventional paintings. The disadvantage is that you can't really make mistakes. You're painting on wet plaster that's drying while you work, so you need to know exactly what you're doing, work quickly and confidently, and get it right the first time. No do-overs, no painting over errors, no, let me just fix this bit tomorrow. Bronze Age painting was not forgiving of artistic indecision. The Minoan painters used a relatively limited palette, constrained by the natural pigments available to them. Reds and oranges came from iron oxide, ochre basically, which was abundant and cheap. Yellows came from other iron compounds. Blues came from a synthetic pigment, Egyptian blue, made by heating together silica, copper compounds, calcium, and an alkali. This was high-tech pigment for the Bronze Age, requiring knowledge of chemistry and access to the right materials, and it produced that distinctive vibrant blue that shows up so prominently in Minoan frescoes. Whites came from lime or gypsum. Black came from carbon, charcoal or soot. Greens were trickier, sometimes made from mixing blue and yellow, sometimes from copper-based pigments. These weren't subtle, muted colours. Minoan frescoes were bold and bright, with strong contrasts and vibrant hues that must have been striking when fresh. Modern viewers sometimes think ancient art was all white marble and subdued tones, but that's mostly because the paint has worn off over millennia. When new, ancient Mediterranean art was colourful to the point that modern sensibilities might find it garish. The Minoans painted their walls in vivid blues and reds and yellows, their columns in red and black, their architectural details in contrasting colours. Subtle they were not. The style of Minoan painting was distinctive, different from both Egyptian and Near Eastern artistic conventions, though clearly influenced by them. Egyptian art, which the Minoans definitely knew through trade contacts, was highly formal and stylized. Figures shown in profile followed strict proportional rules: head in profile, eye shown frontally, torso facing forward, legs in profile. Everything was carefully ordered, hierarchically arranged, with pharaohs and gods depicted larger than common people to show their importance. Scenes were organized in registers, horizontal bands of images stacked vertically, each telling part of a narrative or showing different aspects of a subject. Minoan art borrowed some of these conventions, particularly that profile view for human figures, but applied them with much more freedom and dynamism. Minoan figures weren't static. They were shown in motion, bodies twisted and bent, arms and legs at angles that suggested action and energy. Where Egyptian art felt formal and eternal, Minoan art felt lively and immediate, capturing moments of activity rather than timeless scenes of power and order. Let's start with probably the most famous Minoan fresco, the dolphins. The dolphin fresco, found in what Evans called the Queen's Megaron in the eastern wing of the palace, shows 3 dolphins swimming through stylized waves, surrounded by smaller fish and sea urchins. The dolphins are painted in shades of blue and grey, with enough anatomical accuracy that you can tell the Minoan artist had observed real dolphins. The shape is right, the proportions work. These are clearly based on actual marine mammals rather than imaginative creatures. But they're not photorealistic. The waves are decorative patterns rather than literal depictions of water. The composition is symmetrical and organised, clearly designed to fit the wall space rather than to show dolphins as they'd actually appear in the ocean. And the whole scene has this joyful quality, these dolphins leaping and playing, that suggests the artist thought dolphins were wonderful creatures worth celebrating on palace walls. Not exactly the imagery you'd expect in a ruler's official residence unless that ruler's culture valued marine life in ways that went beyond just, we eat fish sometimes. The dolphin fresco was in a bathroom area, which raises the question, did the Minoans practice thematic interior design? Did they think, you know what would go great in a bathroom? Marine imagery. Really tie the water theme together. Apparently yes, because this wasn't the only example of aquatic subjects in water-related spaces. The Minoans had decided that if you're going to bathe or handle water, you might as well look at cheerful dolphins while doing it. It's a sensible enough decorating choice, honestly, more inspired than painting your bathroom beige. Marine subjects appeared throughout Minoan art, not just in frescoes but on pottery as well. Octopi with their tentacles wrapping around ceramic vessels, nautiluses shown in profile, schools of fish, sea anemones, coral, every kind of marine life the Minoans encountered in the waters around Crete. This wasn't just decorative interest. This was a culture that was fundamentally oriented toward the sea, that drew identity and livelihood from maritime activities, and that expressed that orientation through artistic celebration of ocean life. The attention to natural detail extended to other subjects. Plant motifs were everywhere: lilies, crocuses, papyrus, ivy, olive branches, all painted with enough botanical accuracy that modern scholars can identify specific species. The lily fresco from Knossos shows lilies growing from stylized ground, painted in white against a red background, with leaves and stems shown in naturalistic detail. Again, not photographic realism, but clear observation of how actual plants look and grow. Birds appeared frequently: hoopoes, partridges, blue monkeys, imported from Africa, probably Egypt, where they were kept as exotic pets. The monkey fresco from Knossos is particularly charming, showing blue monkeys in a rocky landscape with plants, the monkeys painted in blue-grey with enough detail to show their characteristic poses and proportions. Whoever painted this had clearly spent time watching actual monkeys and understood how they moved and behaved. This attention to nature, this clear delight in the natural world, is unusual in Bronze Age palace art. Most royal art from this period was focused on power, conquest, royal glory, divine approval, all the standard themes of political propaganda. But the Minoans apparently decided that dolphins and flowers were more important to paint in their palaces than military victories or royal triumphs, which is either wonderfully peaceful or concerningly naive, depending on your perspective and what eventually happened to their civilization. But let's talk about the human subjects, because those are where things get really interesting. The most famous Minoan fresco featuring humans is probably what Evans labelled La Parisienne, a fragment showing a woman's face and upper body in profile. She's painted with the standard Minoan colour convention for women: white skin, contrasting with the red-brown skin used for men, wearing elaborate clothing and jewellery, with her hair styled in a complex arrangement involving what appear to be ribbon or cloth decorations. Her eye is large and emphasised, her lips are painted red, and she has this confident, almost modern expression that struck Evans as sophisticated enough to remind him of Parisian women, hence the nickname. Whether she actually looks particularly Parisian is debatable. Evans was projecting his early 20th century European aesthetic sensibilities onto a Bronze Age fresco, but the painting does convey a sense of confidence and status. This is clearly someone important, dressed elaborately, painted with care and attention to detail. But here's what's missing. There's no indication of subservience, no symbols of domination over others, no conquered enemies at her feet. She's just a well-dressed, important-looking woman, captured in what appears to be a religious or ceremonial context. Normal Bronze Age palace propaganda this is not. The same pattern appears in other frescoes showing human figures. The procession fresco, which once ran along corridors in Knossos, showed hundreds of figures carrying offerings, vessels, fabrics, various ritual objects, apparently part of some religious ceremony. These figures were shown in profile, walking in orderly lines, dressed in elaborate Minoan costume. But again, no military context, no conquered peoples bringing tribute, no scenes of domination. Just what appears to be religious procession, people participating in ceremonies, very much a community activity rather than a display of power over others. The priest-king fresco, despite its name, doesn't actually show obvious royal imagery either. It's a fragment showing a figure wearing an elaborate crown or headdress with feathers, walking through a field of lilies. Evans interpreted this as a priest-king, a ruler with religious authority. But there's no scepter, no throne, no symbols of political power that you'd expect in royal imagery from other Bronze Age cultures. The figure could be a priest, could be participating in a religious festival, could be a lot of things that don't necessarily involve ruling over others with absolute authority. This absence of obvious royal propaganda is striking when you compare it to contemporary art from other civilizations. Egyptian pharaohs had themselves depicted as mighty warriors smiting enemies, often shown as literally gigantic compared to their foes. New Kingdom tombs and temples show pharaohs in chariots charging into battle, shooting arrows, trampling foreign peoples under their horses' hooves. The message is clear. The pharaoh is powerful, victorious, divinely approved, and you should definitely not mess with Egypt. Mesopotamian art followed similar patterns. Akkadian steles show rulers defeating enemies in battle. Assyrian palace reliefs, from a bit later but exemplifying the same mindset, depicted siege warfare, executions of prisoners, cities burning, all the lovely imagery that says, this is what happens to people who oppose us. The palace of Ashurnasirpal II at Nimrud had room after room showing military campaigns in graphic detail, because apparently nothing says, welcome to the palace, like wall-to-wall depictions of conquest and destruction. Mycenaean art, closer to home geographically and chronologically, also showed martial themes. Frescoes from Mycenaean palaces depicted warriors, hunting scenes that doubled as military training exercises, siege scenes, military equipment. The famous warrior vase from Mycenae shows soldiers marching off to war in formation, wearing armour, carrying weapons, looking every bit the professional military force. Mycenaean culture valued military prowess, and their art reflected that. But Minoan palace art? Dolphins! Flowers. People doing religious ceremonies. Bull leaping, which we need to discuss in detail, but which was probably religious rather than military. The contrast couldn't be more pronounced. Either the Minoans lived in some kind of unprecedented peaceful paradise, or they had very different ideas about what was worth depicting in their palace art, or possibly both. Now let's address the bull-leaping frescoes, because they're among the most dramatic Minoan artworks, and they've generated enormous scholarly discussion. The most complete example shows 3 figures and a bull. The bull is depicted mid-charge, muscular and powerful, painted in a style that captures the animal's strength and dynamism. One figure, painted in red-brown suggesting male gender by Minoan conventions, is shown grasping the bull's horns from the front. A second figure in white suggesting female is shown in mid-air above the bull's back, body curved in what appears to be a backflip. A third figure, also in white, stands behind the bull with arms outstretched, possibly ready to catch the vaulting figure. Is this depicting something that actually happened? The scholarly consensus, as we mentioned earlier, is probably yes, with caveats about artistic representation versus literal documentation. Bulls are dangerous animals, and attempting to vault over one by grabbing its horns would be extremely risky, even with trained bulls and experienced performers. Some scholars think the fresco shows an idealized moment rather than a practical technique, that real bull leaping might have been less acrobatic and more about dodging the bull's charges in a display of courage and agility. Others point out that humans have done incredibly dangerous things for religious or cultural reasons throughout history. Fighting bulls in Spanish corridas, running with bulls in Pamplona, various death-defying stunts in modern extreme sports. So why not Bronze Age bull vaulting? If it was an important religious ritual, if it marked social coming of age, if it brought religious merit or social prestige, then yes, young Minoans might well have risked being gored to execute these vaults. What's significant for our purposes is what the bull-leaping frescoes tell us about Minoan culture. First, both males and females participated, suggesting relatively egalitarian gender roles, at least in this context. Second, the bull was clearly sacred, important enough to feature in dangerous religious rituals. Third, courage and physical skill were valued, but expressed through religious performance rather than warfare. And fourth, this is what the Minoans chose to paint in their palaces, not military conquest, but religious athleticism involving sacred animals. The religious dimension is crucial. This wasn't entertainment, wasn't sport in the modern sense, wasn't just showing off. This was ritual, ceremony, a way of connecting with the divine through dangerous performance involving a sacred animal. The bull represented divine power, natural strength, the untamed forces of nature. Successfully vaulting over the bull might have been seen as channeling or mastering those forces, demonstrating human courage in the face of divine power, earning divine favor through successful completion of the ritual. But even if we accept the religious significance, the choice to depict this rather than military themes tells us something important about Minoan priorities. War was apparently not central enough to their identity to merit palace decoration. Religious ceremony, nature, and peaceful prosperity were what they chose to commemorate in their most important architectural spaces. Whether this reflected genuine peaceful inclinations or just different cultural values about what was worth depicting, the result is a body of palace art that looks nothing like what you'd expect from a Bronze Age civilization. There were some images that could be interpreted as having military elements. A few fragments show figures carrying what might be weapons, though they could equally be ceremonial objects. Some seals, small carved stones show what might be combat scenes, though again, the interpretation is debatable. But even granting the most military reading of ambiguous imagery, the overwhelming majority of Minoan art focused on non-military subjects. The ratio is completely different from other Bronze Age cultures, where military imagery often dominated palace decoration. The technical skill displayed in these frescoes is considerable. The artist understood foreshortening, showing objects at angles to create depth. They used overlapping figures to suggest multiple layers of depth in procession scenes. They varied the size of figures to show distance, with background elements painted smaller than foreground elements. They captured motion, showing bodies in dynamic poses that convey action and energy. These weren't primitive artistic attempts. These were skilled painters working within established artistic conventions to create sophisticated images. The composition of larger fresco programs, multiple connected panels telling a story or showing different aspects of a theme, demonstrates planning and artistic vision. The procession fresco stretched along corridors, creating a continuous narrative of hundreds of figures. The viewer walking through the palace would see the procession unfold, experiencing it almost like a very slow animation. This required coordination between multiple painters, consistency in style and scale, and overall artistic direction. This was organized, professional work, not random decoration. Color symbolism appeared throughout. The red-brown for men and white for women was consistent enough to be a clear convention. Blue often appeared in religious contexts, perhaps associated with divinity or sacred subjects. Certain plants seemed to carry symbolic meaning. Lilies appeared frequently in religious scenes, possibly representing purity or fertility. The double axe, the libris, was clearly a religious symbol, appearing in ritual contexts throughout the art. Understanding these symbolic elements helps decode the fresco's meanings, though we're undoubtedly missing much that would have been obvious to Minoan viewers. The state of preservation varies dramatically across different frescoes. Some survived as nearly complete compositions. Others exist only as fragments, tiny pieces that were painstakingly reassembled by archaeologists like a jigsaw puzzle, with most pieces missing. Evans' team did extensive restoration work, sometimes filling in missing sections based on small surviving fragments, creating complete compositions from fragmentary evidence. This restoration work is simultaneously helpful. It lets us visualize what the original might have looked like, and problematic. We can't always be certain which parts are ancient original, and which parts are early 20th century educated guesswork. Modern conservation standards would never allow the kind of aggressive restoration Evans practiced. We'd preserve the fragments as they were found, document everything meticulously, and let viewers' imagination fill in the gaps rather than literally filling them in with modern paint. But Evans was working in an era with different archaeological ethics, when making the past comprehensible to contemporary audiences was valued more than preserving every detail for future study. The result is that we have beautiful, complete-looking frescoes that may or may not accurately represent what the Minoans actually painted. The miniature frescoes, a series of very small-scale paintings showing complex scenes with numerous tiny figures, demonstrate that Minoan artists could work at different scales with equal skill. These miniatures, only a few centimeters high, show religious ceremonies, festivals, crowds of people, architectural backgrounds, all rendered in amazing detail considering the size. Painting at this scale requires a very steady hand and excellent eyesight, suggesting specialized artists who trained specifically for miniature work. One miniature fresco shows what appears to be a religious ceremony, with crowds of people, some seated, some standing, organized around what might be a shrine or altar. Another shows women in elaborate dress sitting in what might be viewing stands or balconies, possibly watching some ceremony or performance. These glimpses into Minoan social life are valuable precisely because they show everyday, or at least ceremonial activities, rather than just idealized religious or mythological scenes. The architectural settings in some frescoes are also informative. Buildings shown in the background of some scenes display typical Minoan architectural features. Those downward tapering columns, multi-story structures, light wells, all the elements we discussed in the architecture chapter. This suggests the artists were depicting real buildings, showing how the palace and other structures actually looked, providing us with visual documentation of Minoan architecture beyond just the surviving foundations. Textile patterns shown in the frescoes, while we can't be certain they're literally accurate, probably reflect real Minoan fabric designs. Figures wear clothing with geometric patterns, stripes, checks, elaborate embroidery or woven designs. Minoan culture clearly valued elaborate dress, and the artistic depiction of clothing suggests this was an important status marker. Unfortunately, textiles themselves don't survive. Organic materials decay, so the frescoes are our best evidence for what Minoan clothing actually looked like. Jewellery and accessories are also prominently displayed in the paintings. Elaborate necklaces, bracelets, earrings, hair ornaments, belts with decorative elements. The Minoans apparently believed that more jewellery was better, and their art reflects this aesthetic. Again, while we have some archaeological examples of actual Minoan jewellery, the frescoes show how these objects were worn, how they complemented clothing, how they functioned as part of an overall elite costume. The religious procession scenes are particularly interesting for what they tell us about Minoan religion. Figures carry specific objects, vessels called rhytons for pouring libations, containers that probably held offerings, fabric or other materials as gifts to deities. The processions move towards specific locations, presumably shrines or altars, suggesting organized religious ceremonies with formal protocols. The number of participants suggests community involvement in religious life, not just elite participation but broader social engagement with religious practices. Some frescoes show what might be religious ecstasy or trance states, figures with elaborate gestures, bodies in unusual poses, expressions that suggest altered consciousness. If Minoan religion involved ecstatic practices, meditation, perhaps even psychoactive substances, the art might be documenting these altered states. This is speculative. It's hard to definitively identify trance states in ancient art, but the possibility adds another dimension to our understanding of Minoan religious experience. The landscape elements in some frescoes show the Minoan environment. Rocky hills, distinctive plants, architectural elements that locate the scenes specifically in Crete. The artists weren't trying to create generic, timeless settings. They were showing recognizable Cretan landscapes, grounding their religious and ceremonial scenes in real geographical contexts. This suggests the connection between land, religion and identity was important in Minoan culture. Comparing Minoan frescoes to later Greek art is instructive. Classical Greek painting, known mainly through pottery decoration since monumental paintings don't survive, was much more focused on mythological narratives, heroic exploits, warfare, and athletic competitions. The aesthetic was different too, more linear, more focused on ideal human proportions, less interested in naturalistic depiction of plants and animals. Minoan art was Proto-Greek chronologically, but not stylistically. There's a clear break between Minoan artistic sensibilities and what developed in later Greek culture. This break might reflect the cultural disruption that occurred at the end of the Bronze Age, when the Minoan civilization collapsed and was eventually replaced by Greek-speaking peoples with different values and aesthetics. The artistic tradition didn't survive intact. Later Greeks developed their own artistic language, influenced by various sources but not direct continuations of Minoan practices. The knowledge of how to paint like the Minoans was lost, and had to be relearned by modern archaeologists and art historians studying the excavated frescoes. What the Minoans chose not to paint is as revealing as what they did paint. No obvious scenes of human sacrifice, despite later Greek myths about Athens sending young people to be killed by the Minotaur. No torture, no executions, no public displays of punishment. No graphic violence at all, really. despite violence being a common theme in ancient art from most other cultures. If the Minoans practiced capital punishment or conducted warfare, they didn't commemorate it in their palace art. No clear depictions of slavery, though slavery probably existed in some form. It was nearly universal in Bronze Age societies. If slaves worked in the palace, they apparently weren't depicted in ways that emphasized their enslaved status. This could mean slavery was less central to the economy, or it could mean the Minoans just didn't think depicting social hierarchies in such explicit terms was appropriate for palace decoration. No scenes of famine, disease, or disaster, which makes sense. Who wants to commemorate suffering in their palace art? But the absence is still notable. Ancient art often showed divine punishment, scenes warning of what happens to those who displease the gods. Minoan art apparently took a more positive approach to religious imagery, focusing on proper worship and ceremony rather than divine wrath. The overall impression from Minoan frescoes is of a culture that valued nature, religious observance, community ceremony, elegant appearance, and artistic beauty. Whether this reflects the actual lived reality of Minoan society, or just cultural values about what should be depicted in palace art, we can't be entirely certain. Art is always selective, always emphasizing certain things while downplaying others, always serving the purposes of whoever commissioned it. But even granting all those caveats, Minoan art is distinctive. No other Bronze Age palace culture produced art quite like this, with this focus on peaceful subjects, this attention to natural detail, this apparent absence of military glorification. The Minoans built their identity around something other than military conquest, and their art reflects that fundamentally different orientation. Standing in the Archaeological Museum in Heraklion, where many of the best preserved frescoes are now displayed, you can see this difference directly. Room after room of dolphins and flowers and religious ceremonies, all painted with skill and confidence by artists who clearly believed these subjects were worth the effort. And in the back of your mind, you're thinking, where are the battle scenes? Where are the conquests? Where's the military propaganda that every other ancient palace had plastered all over its walls? The answer appears to be they didn't paint it because it wasn't important enough to them. The Minoans had different priorities, different values, different ideas about what made a civilization worth celebrating. Whether that made them peaceful, naive, sophisticated, or simply different, their art tells us they weren't trying to be like everyone else. And maybe that's the most Minoan thing about them. They had the confidence to be different, to celebrate dolphins instead of conquests, to paint flowers instead of battles, to build beautiful open palaces instead of grim fortresses. For several centuries that confidence was justified. The system worked, the art flourished, and the palace walls at Knossos displayed some of the most beautiful and distinctive painting the Bronze Age Mediterranean would ever produce. The fact that it all eventually ended, that the palaces burned and the frescoes were buried under rubble, that the Minoan civilization collapsed and their artistic tradition died with it, all of that was still in the future. At their height, the Minoans created art that reflected their values, their environment, and their identity as a maritime culture that drew power from controlling seas rather than conquering lands. Not a bad legacy for a civilization that most of the world forgot existed until a nearsighted British archaeologist decided to go digging for ancient writing and ended up finding dolphins on bathroom walls instead. So we've admired the art on the walls, appreciated the dolphins and flowers, and noted the suspicious absence of military propaganda. But art doesn't exist in a vacuum. It reflects the culture that created it. And in the case of Minoan frescoes, a lot of what they were depicting was religious. Which brings us to the question, what exactly did the Minoans believe in? Who were their gods? What religious practices did they follow? And why does so much of their religion seem to involve women holding snakes and young people doing extremely inadvisable things with bulls? Let's start with the most striking feature of Minoan religion, at least as far as we can reconstruct it from archaeological evidence. It appears to have been dominated by female deities and female religious practitioners. Not exclusively female, there's evidence for male religious figures too, but the emphasis on goddesses and priestesses is pronounced enough that it stands out dramatically when compared to most other ancient Mediterranean religions, which tended to be either male-dominated or at least balanced between male and female divine figures. The most famous piece of evidence for this goddess-centered religion is the snake goddess figurine, or rather figurines, since several were found in a small repository at Knossos. These are faience statuettes, faience being a glazed ceramic material that the Minoans imported the technology for from Egypt or the Near East. showing women in elaborate Minoan dress with some rather distinctive accessories. Specifically, they're holding snakes. Live snakes, presumably, since the figurines show the snakes coiled around the women's arms and hands in ways that suggest movement and life, rather than dead or decorative serpents. The most complete example shows a woman wearing the typical Minoan female costume, a long tiered skirt and a bodice that leaves the breasts exposed, which was apparently standard formal wear for Minoan women and not considered scandalous in their cultural context, though it definitely shocked Victorian archaeologists who had some strong opinions about what constituted proper feminine attire. Her arms are raised, holding a snake in each hand. She wears an elaborate headdress, possibly representing a cat or some other animal. Her expression is frontal and commanding, suggesting power and authority. Now, holding snakes might seem like an odd religious practice to modern sensibilities. We generally prefer our religious ceremonies snake-free, thank you very much. But snake handling had long religious associations in the ancient world. Snakes were symbols of fertility, regeneration, the earth, and the underworld. They shed their skin and emerge renewed, which made them perfect symbols for cycles of death and rebirth. They lived in the ground, connecting them to earth deities and chthonic powers. They were dangerous, which gave them numinous power. And they were mysterious, moving without legs, appearing and disappearing unexpectedly, behaving in ways that seemed both alien and somehow intelligent. In a primarily agricultural society like Bronze Age Crete, fertility was crucial: fertility of crops, fertility of livestock, human fertility to maintain population. A goddess associated with fertility would naturally be associated with snakes, those ancient symbols of regenerative power. The snake goddess figurines probably represented either the goddess herself or priestesses channeling the goddess's power through ritual snake handling. Either way, the message was clear: feminine divine power, earth fertility, regeneration, and the sacred authority to interact with dangerous animals as intermediaries between human and divine realms. The fact that these are female figures is significant. In later Greek religion, while there were certainly powerful goddesses, Athena, Artemis, Hera, Aphrodite, the supreme deity was Zeus, male, and the religious hierarchy on Olympus was decidedly patriarchal, despite the strong female representation. Most Greek city-states had male priests serving male gods in the most important cults, though priestesses certainly existed for female deities. But Minoan religion, at least as we can reconstruct it, seems to have placed female deities at the centre, with female religious practitioners serving them. This appears throughout Minoan religious imagery. The frescoes showing religious processions often feature women prominently, sometimes exclusively. The figures carrying offerings, performing rituals, presiding over ceremonies, many are clearly female by the artistic conventions we discussed earlier. Male figures appear too, but they don't seem to dominate the religious scenes the way you'd expect in a male-dominated religious hierarchy. The impression is of a religion where women held significant religious authority, possibly more authority than men. Some scholars have suggested the Minoans worshipped a great goddess, a single supreme female deity who embodied multiple aspects of divine power: fertility, sovereignty, protection, the natural world, life and death. Evidence for this includes the consistent appearance of female divine figures in various contexts, the prominence of goddesses in religious art, and later Greek traditions about Cretan religion that mention important goddesses. The Greeks knew about Cretan religious traditions, and they remembered goddesses being important, even if they didn't fully understand the original Minoan beliefs. Other scholars argue for multiple distinct goddesses rather than one universal mother goddess: a fertility goddess, a household goddess, a nature goddess, perhaps goddesses associated with specific mountains or locations, each with her own cult and sphere of influence. The archaeological evidence can support either interpretation, which tells you something about the limits of reconstructing ancient religion from material remains without written texts explaining what people actually believed. What we can say with more certainty is that female divine figures were central, that priestesses held important positions, and that religious imagery emphasized feminine power in ways that later Greek culture would modify or abandon. Whether this reflected broader social equality between men and women in Minoan society is harder to determine. Religious authority doesn't automatically translate to political or social equality. You can have priestesses serving goddesses in an otherwise patriarchal society, but the religious prominence of women at least suggests they weren't relegated to purely domestic roles, that Minoan culture recognized feminine authority in sacred contexts. The religious architecture at Knossos and other palaces supports this interpretation. Many shrines and cult rooms show features associated with goddess worship. Pillar crypts, small rooms with religious symbols, spaces where rituals involving female deities probably occurred. One room in Knossos has columns carved with symbols including the labris, that double-headed axe we keep mentioning, and other religious iconography. The room's layout suggests it was used for ceremonies that might have involved the goddess or her priestesses. Peak sanctuaries, religious sites on mountaintops, have been excavated throughout Crete, and many show evidence of goddess worship. Offerings left at these sites include female figurines, suggesting people made pilgrimages to mountaintop shrines to worship goddesses associated with particular peaks. This pattern of mountain worship makes sense in Crete's geography. The island has several impressive mountain ranges, and mountains in ancient religion often served as connections between earth and sky, human and divine. Cave sanctuaries also played a role in Minoan religion. Several caves across Crete show evidence of religious use, with offerings accumulated over centuries. Pottery, bronze objects, seal stones, all left as dedications to whatever deities were associated with those specific caves. Caves, like snakes, connected to the underworld, to earth deities, to mysterious subterranean powers. A religion emphasizing earth goddesses would naturally include cave worship. But let's talk about the other major element of Minoan religion, bulls. Because if goddesses and priestesses represented one pillar of Minoan religious practice, bulls represented the other, and the combination created a religious system unlike anything else in the Bronze Age Mediterranean. Bulls in Minoan culture were everywhere. We've already discussed the bull-leaping frescoes, but that's just the beginning. The labris, the double-headed axe that served as perhaps the most important religious symbol, may have been used in bull sacrifice, though we're speculating since we don't have direct evidence of exactly how it was used. Bull imagery appeared on pottery, seals, rings, architectural elements, in frescoes beyond just the bull-leaping scenes. One rhyton, a ritual vessel for pouring libations, was carved entirely in the shape of a bull's head, complete with horns made of gold leaf. This wasn't just decoration. This was an object used in religious ceremonies, channeling the bull's sacred power. The Minoans also created horns of consecration, stylized representations of bull horns carved in stone or formed in clay, placed on roofs and altars and other sacred locations. These weren't literal bull horns. They were symbolic representations, pairs of curved forms rising from a base, instantly recognizable as invoking the bull's presence and power. When you wanted to mark something as sacred in Minoan culture, apparently you added bull horns. It's like religious branding, Bronze Age style. Why bulls? What made them so central to Minoan religion? The answer probably involves multiple factors. Bulls were powerful, dangerous, impressive animals. Anyone who's seen a full-grown bull up close can appreciate their sheer physical presence. In an agricultural society, bulls were also economically important, providing strength for ploughing and breeding dairy cattle. A culture that depended on cattle for food, labour and trade would naturally see bulls as significant. But there's more to it than just economic importance. Bulls represented masculine power, fertility in the male aspect. Where goddesses embodied feminine fertility and regeneration, bulls embodied masculine strength and vitality. The combination of goddess worship and bull veneration created a religious system that balanced male and female principles, feminine and masculine divine power, in ways that seem to have been central to Minoan spiritual understanding. The bull-leaping rituals we've discussed were probably religious ceremonies connecting these themes. Young people, both male and female, would confront the bull, vault over it, demonstrate courage and skill in the face of raw animal power. This wasn't just entertainment or athletic display. This was religious performance, ritual engagement with the sacred bull, humans proving themselves worthy through dangerous interaction with a divine animal. The risk was part of the point. Religious significance often correlates with danger in ancient religions, where encountering the divine meant risking destruction. Think about what this ritual meant symbolically. The bull represents masculine divine power, dangerous and strong. The performers include both males and females, representing humanity in both aspects. Through skill, courage, and what must have been extensive training, the performers vault over the bull, symbolically mastering or at least successfully engaging with divine power. If they succeed, they've demonstrated their worthiness, earned divine favour, completed a sacred trial. If they fail, well, bulls have horns for a reason, and religious rituals don't always come with safety nets. Some scholars interpret bull leaping as an initiation ritual, a coming-of-age ceremony where young people proved themselves ready for adult responsibilities by successfully completing the dangerous vault. Others see it as seasonal ritual, perhaps performed at specific agricultural festivals, connecting human action to the fertility cycles that sustain the society. Still others suggest it was occasional, performed during important ceremonies, or when divine favour needed to be sought or demonstrated. Whatever the specific context, bull leaping was clearly important enough to warrant depiction in palace frescoes, significant enough that the Minoans wanted to memorialise it in their most important architectural space. This was religion in action, human and divine power meeting in the palace courtyard, witnessed by the community, sanctioned by priestesses and whatever religious authorities oversaw such ceremonies. Now here's where we need to talk about the Minotaur because you can see the connections forming. The later Greek myth described a monster, half man and half bull, dwelling in a labyrinth beneath the palace of King Minos. Young people from Athens were sent as tribute and fed to the monster. The hero Theseus eventually killed the beast and escaped the maze with help from Minos' daughter Ariadne. When the Greeks told this story in classical times, they probably didn't remember that it was garbled cultural memory of actual Minoan religious practices. But look at the elements. A bull-associated figure in a labyrinthine palace on Crete, young people sent to confront it, the whole setup involving King Minos and his palace. The myth preserves real elements, the palace labyrinth, the sacred bull, the young people risking death, but transforms them from religious ritual into monster story. Perhaps some young Athenians actually did come to Crete to participate in bull-leaping rituals, either as tribute or as part of diplomatic/cultural exchange. Perhaps some of them died in the attempt. Bull-leaping was dangerous and not everyone would survive. The Greeks, no longer understanding the religious significance, might have interpreted this as human sacrifice to a monster. The ritual became myth, the sacred bull became the Minotaur, and the religious ceremony became a tale of horror and heroism. Or maybe the connection is looser, just general Greek awareness that Crete had been important once, had palaces with complex layouts, and had religion involving bulls. Over centuries of retelling, these vague memories crystallized into the specific myth of the Minotaur. Either way, there's clearly some relationship between Minoan bull religion and later Greek monster stories, even if we can't trace the exact evolution from one to the other. The blending of female goddess worship and male bull veneration created a religious system with interesting gender dynamics. Unlike religions that were strictly patriarchal or matriarchal, Minoan religion seems to have acknowledged both masculine and feminine divine power, valuing both priestesses and sacred bulls, recognizing that the divine encompassed multiple aspects that couldn't be reduced to a single gender or form. This might explain some of the cultural differences we've observed. The inclusion of women in bull-leaping rituals, the apparent absence of rigid gender hierarchies in at least some contexts, the emphasis on fertility and regeneration rather than conquest and domination. A religion that balanced masculine and feminine principles might encourage a society that was more balanced in gender relations, at least compared to the strongly patriarchal cultures that dominated much of the ancient Mediterranean. We should be careful not to over-romanticize Minoan society as some kind of gender egalitarian paradise. We simply don't know enough about their social structures to make such claims confidently. But the religious evidence does suggest they thought about gender and divine power differently than most of their neighbours, and that probably influenced social attitudes in ways we can only partially reconstruct. The ritual calendar would have been complex, with different ceremonies occurring throughout the year. Agricultural festivals marking planting and harvest, lunar observations, seasonal changes, all would have required appropriate religious observances. Some of these probably involved the whole community, public ceremonies in the palace courtyards or at peak sanctuaries where everyone could participate. Others might have been restricted to priests and priestesses, private rituals performed in the palace's cult rooms, esoteric practices that required special knowledge or initiation. Offerings to the gods seem to have included agricultural products, wine, olive oil, grain, fruits, poured out as libations or left at shrines. Animal sacrifice almost certainly occurred, though we have less direct evidence for it than for libations. Those bullhead rhytons were probably used to pour blood or wine in ceremonies that involved sacrifice. The elaborate processions shown in frescoes depicted people carrying offering vessels, textiles, possibly other goods dedicated to divine service. Personal religion, individual people's relationships with the divine, is harder to reconstruct. We know people wore amulets, those seal stones that often had religious imagery. We know they left offerings at shrines, suggesting personal petitions to the gods for help, protection, or favour. We can assume they prayed, though we don't know what prayers sounded like or what specific requests they made. Did individuals have patron deities they felt special connections to? Did they make vows, promising offerings if the gods granted their requests? Did they experience the divine through dreams, visions, or altered states of consciousness? All of this is possible, but difficult to prove from archaeological evidence alone. The priestess class, assuming there was a formal priestess class and not just individuals who performed religious functions as needed, would have held significant social status. Religious authority in ancient societies typically correlated with political and economic power, since religion justified and legitimated social hierarchies. A powerful priestess serving the goddess could wield considerable influence, controlling sacred knowledge, mediating between human and divine, interpreting omens, sanctioning political decisions with religious authority. Some scholars think the ruler of Knossos might have held religious as well as political authority, that priest-king we mentioned in the fresco discussion. In some ancient societies, the king was also the high priest, or at least performed key religious functions that legitimized their rule. The throne room at Knossos, with its combination of political seating and religious features like the lustral basin, suggests political and religious authority were intertwined, possibly embodied in the same person. The goddess and bull religious system might also explain some of the architectural features we've discussed. The labyrinthine palace layout could have had religious significance, creating a ritual space where initiates might wander before reaching sacred inner chambers, where processions could wind through corridors as part of ceremonial movement, where the very act of navigating the palace had spiritual meaning. Getting lost in the labyrinth metaphorically might have represented spiritual seeking. Finding the center might have represented enlightenment or divine encounter. The central courtyard, where bull leaping probably occurred, becomes the sacred theatre where the most important rituals played out. The storage magazines full of offerings and redistributed goods represent the goddess's abundance, the economic manifestation of divine fertility. The residential quarters where priestesses possibly lived were sacred spaces where divine representatives dwelled. The entire palace functions as both political center and temple complex, inseparable functions of a theocratic state. Mountain caves, peak sanctuaries, palace shrines, all connected in a religious landscape where different types of divine encounter occurred in different settings. Want to petition the mountain goddess? Climb to a peak sanctuary. Need to connect with underworld powers? Enter a cave shrine. Seeking the goddess's blessing for the community? Participate in palace ceremonies. The religious geography of Crete would have been complex, with pilgrimage routes connecting sites, sacred days when people travelled to specific locations, a whole ritual map overlaying the physical landscape. The religious calendar and agricultural cycle were probably closely connected. Spring planting would require ceremonies for fertility and favourable weather. Summer growth needed protection from drought and pests. Harvest demanded thanksgiving offerings for abundance. Winter storage and survival had their own observances. The bull-leaping rituals might have occurred at specific seasonal moments, perhaps spring festivals celebrating renewal and fertility, perhaps harvest celebrations giving thanks for abundance. Timing mattered in ancient religion. Performing the right ritual at the wrong time would be worse than useless. We should note that Minoan religion probably wasn't static over the centuries. Religious beliefs and practices evolve, new deities get incorporated, old rituals change meaning, external influences get absorbed. The Minoans traded with Egypt, with the Levant, with Anatolia, with Mycenaean Greece, and these contacts would have brought new religious ideas that might have been adopted or adapted. The religion practiced at Knossos in 1700 BCE might have been significantly different from the religion practiced there in 1500 BCE, even if both involved goddesses and bulls. The syncretism, blending of religious traditions, that occurred when Mycenaean Greeks eventually took control of Crete would have transformed Minoan religion significantly. Greek religious concepts merged with existing Minoan practices. Greek gods were identified with or replaced Minoan deities. Rituals were reinterpreted through Greek cultural frameworks. By the time the palace finally burned for the last time, the religion practiced there might have been a hybrid, recognizably related to earlier Minoan beliefs, but substantially modified by Greek influence. This makes reconstructing pure Minoan religion even more difficult. Much of what we think we know comes from the palace's final phase, when Greek influence was already present. We're looking at the end result of cultural blending, trying to work backward to reconstruct what came before. It's like trying to understand pre-Roman British religion from Romano-British archaeological sites. You can see some original elements, but they're mixed with Roman influences in ways that are sometimes hard to separate. The fact that Linear A remains undeciphered is particularly frustrating here, because religious texts would clarify so much. If we could read prayers, myths, ritual instructions, theological explanations written by the Minoans themselves, we'd understand their religion much better. Instead, we're interpreting from images and objects, making educated guesses about beliefs and practices, filling in gaps with comparisons to other ancient religions that might or might not be relevant. But even with these limitations, certain things seem clear. Minoan religion placed goddesses centrally, gave women significant religious authority, treated bulls as sacred animals, practiced dangerous rituals involving bull leaping, and created a religious culture that was distinctive enough to be remembered, however imperfectly, in later Greek myths. This was not a religion focused on war gods and military triumph, not a system that primarily legitimized masculine warrior values, not a belief structure that relegated women to passive roles. Whether this made Minoan society more peaceful, more gender equal, or more focused on fertility and prosperity rather than conquest and glory, these are bigger questions than religion alone can answer. But the religious evidence supports the interpretation we've been building, that Minoan civilization was genuinely different from most Bronze Age societies, oriented around different values, organized according to different principles, and expressed through religious practices that emphasized regeneration and fertility over destruction and domination. The snake-holding priestess and the sacred bull, these two images that seem so foreign to modern sensibilities, were central to a religious system that sustained a sophisticated civilization for centuries. People lived their lives according to these beliefs, participated in these rituals, sought divine favor from these deities, and found meaning in a religious framework that modern people can only partially understand. And when we look at those snake goddess figurines in the museum, when we see the bull-leaping frescoes, when we walk through the ruins of the palace where these rituals occurred, we're connecting with something fundamental about human religiosity. The need to understand and interact with powers greater than ourselves, to mark life's passages with sacred ceremonies, to seek blessings for our endeavors, to create meaning through ritual and belief. The Minoans did this through goddesses and bulls, through priestesses holding snakes and young people vaulting over charging animals, through processions and offerings and ceremonies in palaces that were simultaneously political centers and temples. It worked for them, sustained their civilization through centuries of prosperity, and left enough traces that we can glimpse, however imperfectly, what they believed and how they practiced those beliefs. And yes, it eventually contributed to a myth about a monster in a maze eating Athenian teenagers, because that's how cultural memory works. Imperfectly, selectively, transforming religious ritual into entertaining mythology. But underneath the Minotaur story lies something real, a religion centered on goddesses and bulls, practiced by people who built a remarkable civilization on an island in the Mediterranean, and who believed that divine power could be encountered through sacred animals and dangerous rituals in a labyrinthine palace. Not exactly what the Greek myth described, but in some ways more interesting than monsters and heroes. Real religion practiced by real people, creating a religious culture that was distinctive enough to echo through centuries of retellings, garbled but not entirely lost, preserved in images and objects and ruins, and yes, myths about labyrinths and bulls and young people risking everything in sacred spaces. The Minoans worshipped goddesses and honored bulls, and while we can't fully understand what that meant to them, we can at least appreciate that they built something unique, something that modern archaeology is still working to fully comprehend, something that deserves to be remembered as more than just the inspiration for a monster story, however entertaining that story might be. So we've established that the Minoans worshipped goddesses, honored bulls, painted dolphins on bathroom walls, and built unfortified palaces based on the confidence that their navy would keep them safe. But none of this explains how they actually became wealthy enough to afford all this religious complexity and architectural sophistication in the first place. Divine favor is nice, but it doesn't pay for massive palace complexes or fund elaborate fresco programs. For that, you need actual economic resources, and the Minoans got those resources through what might be the Bronze Age's most extensive maritime trade network. Let's start with the physical evidence, because it's genuinely impressive in its geographic spread. Minoan pottery, that distinctive style with marine motifs and elegant shapes we've discussed, has been found in archaeological sites all across the eastern Mediterranean. Not just a few scattered pieces that could be explained as diplomatic gifts or rare luxury imports, but substantial quantities suggesting regular commercial relationships and established trade routes. We're talking about Minoan ceramics showing up in Egypt, Syria, Cyprus, the Levantine coast, Anatolia, all over the Aegean Islands, and extensively throughout mainland Greece. Now, pottery might not seem like the most exciting trade good. It's not gold or jewels or exotic spices. But in the Bronze Age, quality pottery was actually a valuable commodity. Good ceramics were useful for storage, for serving food and drink, for religious purposes, and as status symbols when they were particularly well made or beautifully decorated. Those Minoan vessels with octopi tentacles wrapping around the curves, with dolphins swimming in circles, with abstract marine patterns, these weren't just functional containers. They were luxury goods that Bronze Age elites wanted in their households. But here's the thing about pottery in archaeological terms. It's incredibly useful for tracing trade routes precisely because it's not particularly valuable in absolute terms. Gold and silver get melted down and reused. Precious stones get reset into new jewellery. Textiles decay. Bronze gets recycled into new tools or weapons. But pottery once broken is just trash. People throw it away, it gets buried in garbage dumps or construction fill, and 3,000 years later archaeologists dig it up and can trace exactly where it came from based on clay composition and artistic style. So when we find Minoan pottery in, say, an Egyptian site from the 18th dynasty, we know that someone brought that pottery from Crete to Egypt, probably as part of a larger cargo that might have included more valuable goods that didn't survive. The pottery is the archaeological breadcrumb trail showing where Minoan merchants went and who they traded with. It's the Bronze Age equivalent of finding shipping receipts, except more durable and less intentionally informative. The most striking evidence for Minoan trade with Egypt comes from tomb paintings dating to the reigns of pharaohs Hatshepsut and Thutmose III, roughly 1479 to 1425 BCE, right in the middle of the Minoan palatial period. These tombs at Thebes show processions of foreign delegations bringing goods to the pharaoh, and among them are figures labelled Keftiu. The Egyptian word Keftiu is generally understood to refer to Cretans, possibly specifically to people from Knossos or the area around it. These Keftiu figures are painted with remarkable attention to detail. They wear distinctive Minoan clothing, those kilts with codpieces, elaborate hairstyles with long curls, jewellery, boots or shoes with distinctive upturned toes. They carry vessels that match Minoan artistic styles, including some that look exactly like archaeological examples found on Crete. They're shown in profile following Egyptian artistic conventions, but their clothing, hairstyles, and the objects they're carrying are clearly meant to represent actual Cretan fashion and goods. The Egyptian artists were apparently working from direct observation, or at least from descriptions provided by people who had actually seen Cretans. This wasn't fantasy or generic foreign tribute-bearer imagery. These were meant to be recognizable portraits of a specific foreign people, and the level of detail suggests the Egyptians considered the Keftiu important enough to paint accurately. You don't get that kind of attention to detail for minor trading partners or insignificant foreigners. What were the Keftiu bringing to Egypt? The tomb paintings show them carrying metal vessels, probably bronze or precious metals, and pottery that matches Minoan styles. Written records from this period are frustratingly vague about exactly what was traded, but we can make educated guesses based on what Egypt had in abundance versus what Crete produced well. Egypt had massive agricultural surpluses, excellent linen production, gold from Nubia, and access to exotic goods from further south in Africa, ivory, ebony, incense, other luxury materials. Egypt needed metals for tools and weapons, quality manufactured goods, and probably olive oil, which Egypt could produce but not in the quantities that Mediterranean cultures further north could. Crete, meanwhile, had excellent olive oil, the island's climate was perfect for olive cultivation, and Minoan agricultural techniques were sophisticated enough to produce substantial surpluses. They had wine, another product that travelled well and was valued throughout the ancient world. They had skilled craftsmen producing high-quality pottery, metalwork, textiles, and other manufactured goods. They had access to Aegean trade networks that gave them connections Egypt couldn't easily reach directly. And they desperately needed metals, tin especially since Crete had no significant tin sources, and you can't make bronze without tin. So the trade probably went something like this. Minoan ships loaded with olive oil in those enormous amphorae, wine in sealed vessels, finished pottery showing off Cretan craftsmanship, bronze tools and weapons, fine textiles, and various luxury goods would sail to Egypt, probably landing at ports in the Nile Delta or along the coast. They'd trade with Egyptian officials, possibly delivering goods directly to pharaonic stores as either trade goods or tribute. The distinction could be blurry, with what Egyptians called tribute being what the Minoans would consider payment for goods. In return, they'd receive Egyptian products, grain for food security, linen, gold and silver for luxury goods and religious offerings, ivory for decorative objects, and crucially, metals or access to metal trade networks that extended beyond Egypt's borders. The logistics of this trade were complex in ways that modern people, accustomed to container ships and air freight, might not fully appreciate. First, you needed ships capable of carrying substantial cargo across open water. The Mediterranean isn't an ocean, but it's not a pond either. Crete to Egypt is several hundred kilometers across open sea, with no land visible for much of the journey. Ships needed to be seaworthy enough to handle storms, navigate by sun and stars when landmarks weren't available, and arrive at their intended destinations without modern navigation equipment. Not exactly GPS and weather satellites to help you out. Second, you needed crews capable of sailing these ships. This meant trained sailors who understood navigation, could read weather patterns, knew how to handle the ships in various wind conditions, and could make repairs at sea when necessary. Bronze Age maritime technology was sophisticated, but it still required human skill and experience. You couldn't just hand someone a ship and expect them to successfully sail from Crete to Egypt. You needed professionals who'd spent years learning their craft. Third, you needed to solve the timing problem. Sailing in the Mediterranean was seasonal, safe during the summer months when weather was predictable, dangerous during winter when storms were common. Ancient sailors generally avoided winter voyages unless absolutely necessary, which meant the trading season was limited to perhaps 6 months of the year. You had to load your cargo, sail to your destination, conduct your business, load your return cargo, and sail home, all within that window. Miss the season, and you might be stuck in port for months waiting for safe sailing weather. Not ideal for business, and really inconvenient if you ran out of money for accommodations while waiting for spring. Fourth, there was the communication problem. How do you coordinate trade with partners hundreds of kilometers away when the fastest way to send a message is to literally put someone on a ship and send them? You couldn't call ahead to confirm that your Egyptian contacts were ready to receive your cargo. You couldn't check market prices before departing. You had to leave Crete with your goods, sail to Egypt, hope your usual contacts were available and interested in what you brought, negotiate deals on the spot, and trust that everything would work out. The uncertainty must have been considerable, offset only by the profits when things went well. Fifth, there were all the practical details of ancient shipping. How do you keep olive oil from spoiling during the voyage? How do you prevent pottery from breaking when the ship hits rough seas? How do you deal with crew members getting sick? What do you do if pirates attack? And yes, piracy was a thing in the Bronze Age, because wherever there's valuable cargo on ships, there are people willing to steal it. How do you ensure your crew doesn't simply sail off with your valuable cargo and disappear? How do you maintain discipline on ships where dozens of men are crowded together for weeks at a time? The Minoans apparently solved all these problems well enough to establish regular trade routes across the eastern Mediterranean, which is genuinely impressive when you think about the practical difficulties involved. They built ships suitable for cargo transport, trained sailors in navigation and seamanship, established relationships with foreign trading partners, developed systems for financing voyages, and managed the entire complex enterprise successfully enough to generate the wealth that funded their palace economies. And it wasn't just Egypt. Minoan pottery and goods show up in Syria, at sites like Alalak and Ugarit, major Bronze Age trading cities on the Levantine coast. These were cosmopolitan ports where merchants from multiple cultures met to exchange goods, where Minoan traders would have encountered Egyptian merchants, Cypriot copper dealers, Hittite representatives from Anatolia, local Levantine traders, possibly even merchants from Mesopotamia further east. These were the Bronze Age's international bazaars, multicultural commercial hubs where different languages, currencies, and business practices all had to somehow work together to facilitate trade. Cyprus was a particularly important node in the trading network because it had copper, lots of copper, from mines that had been exploited for centuries. Copper was one of the two essential components of bronze, the other being tin, and controlling access to copper sources was economically crucial. Minoan goods found on Cyprus, and Cypriot copper found in Crete, attest to regular trade relationships between the two islands. This was probably a core trade route, essential for obtaining the copper that Minoan smiths needed for bronze production. The tin trade was more complicated because tin sources in the Bronze Age Mediterranean were limited and often distant. Some tin probably came from Anatolia, from sources controlled by the Hittite Empire or other Anatolian kingdoms. Some might have come from even further east, from Afghanistan or Iran, travelling along overland trade routes before reaching Mediterranean ports where Minoan merchants could acquire it. The tin trade was so important and the sources so limited that controlling tin supplies was a major geopolitical concern for Bronze Age kingdoms. Wars have been fought over less valuable resources. Now let's talk about what this trade network looked like in physical terms across the Aegean itself, because the islands scattered between Crete and mainland Greece were crucial infrastructure for Minoan maritime commerce. Sailing from Crete north to Greece meant either taking a long route around the islands or island hopping through the Cyclades, stopping at various islands for rest, resupply, or shelter from storms. These islands became, in effect, the service stations of Bronze Age maritime trade, places where ships could stop and where merchants could establish outposts to facilitate commerce. Archaeological evidence shows Minoan presence on multiple Aegean islands, sometimes substantial enough to suggest permanent settlements rather than just occasional visits. Thera, modern Santorini, is the most famous example. Excavations at Akrotiri on Thera have uncovered an entire Bronze Age town buried under volcanic ash, essentially a Mediterranean Pompeii. The buildings are clearly Minoan in style, with multi-story structures, elaborate frescoes, sophisticated plumbing, all the hallmarks of Minoan architecture we've discussed. The pottery is Minoan, the artistic style is Minoan, the whole culture of the settlement appears to have been essentially Cretan transplanted to this island. Was this a colony? An outpost? A mixed settlement where Minoan immigrants blended with local Cycladic populations? The terminology is debatable, but clearly Thera had substantial Minoan presence, substantial enough to build a whole town in Minoan style. This town probably served multiple functions: trading post for ships passing through, agricultural centre producing goods for export, strategic outpost extending Minoan influence northward, possibly religious site given the shrine rooms found in the excavations. Whatever its specific functions, Thera demonstrates that the Minoans weren't just sailing past these islands. They were settling on them, investing in permanent infrastructure, treating them as extensions of Cretan territory, or at least Cretan cultural influence. Other islands show similar patterns, if less spectacularly preserved. Kythera, off the southern coast of mainland Greece, has Minoan remains suggesting it was an important stop on trade routes heading to the Peloponnese. Rhodes, far to the east, shows Minoan influence in its Bronze Age settlements. Melos, Chaea, several other Cycladic islands, all have archaeological evidence of Minoan presence during the Palatial period, suggesting a network of outposts and settlements extending across the southern Aegean. This network served both commercial and strategic purposes. Commercially, these outposts facilitated trade by providing safe harbours, supply points where ships could get fresh water and provisions, places where merchants could stay while conducting business, warehouses for storing goods in transit, and local markets where Minoan products could be exchanged for local goods or goods from passing ships. Strategically, the outpost extended Minoan power across the Aegean, gave them eyes on maritime traffic, provided bases for their fleet, and demonstrated Minoan wealth and influence to anyone passing through. Think of it as Bronze Age franchising, Knossos headquarters establishing branch locations throughout their market area, each serving local needs while maintaining connection to the central organisation. Except instead of selling burgers or coffee, they're facilitating olive oil trade and projecting naval power. The business model was different, but the logic of establishing distributed network presence was similar. The economic organisation supporting this trade network was sophisticated, probably requiring administrative infrastructure that we can partially glimpse through those linear B tablets from Knossos' final phase. The tablets record economic transactions, distributions of goods, assignments of workers, inventory of stored materials, all the bureaucratic record-keeping that a complex palace economy required. While these tablets mostly record internal palace business rather than international trade details, they show the kind of administrative capacity that would be necessary to manage long-distance commerce. Someone had to coordinate shipments, decide what cargo to send where, negotiate with foreign trading partners, finance voyages, manage the merchant sailors, keep accounts of what was sent and what came back, distribute imported goods to craftsmen who needed them, and generally run the whole operation. This probably required a substantial bureaucracy, scribes tracking everything on clay tablets, administrators making decisions about resource allocation, probably specialized traders or merchant officials who handled foreign relationships and negotiated deals. The palace at Knossos probably served as the central hub for much of this activity, though other Cretan palaces surely participated in trade as well. Those massive storage magazines we discussed earlier weren't just holding local agricultural products, they were storing trade goods waiting for shipment, imported materials waiting for distribution, olive oil and wine destined for foreign markets. The palace was functioning as a combination of government treasury, commercial warehouse, manufacturing centre, and trading company headquarters, all rolled into one architecturally impressive complex. The economic benefits of controlling this trade network were substantial. The Minoans weren't just passively trading their own products for things they needed. They were serving as intermediaries, connecting different regional economies that couldn't easily trade directly with each other. A merchant in mainland Greece who wanted Egyptian goods might trade through Minoan merchants who had established Egyptian contacts. Someone in Egypt wanting Aegean products would deal with Minoan traders who controlled those routes. The Minoans could mark up goods coming and going, charge for transportation, profit from their role as middlemen in Bronze Age Mediterranean commerce. This is why controlling the seas was so crucial, not just for defence but for economic monopoly. If you control the shipping routes, you control trade. If other merchants have to sail through waters you dominate, they either trade through you or risk their ships being intercepted. It's the nautical version of controlling trade routes over land, except possibly more lucrative given the volume of goods that could be transported by ship versus overland caravan. The profits from this trade funded everything else we've discussed: the elaborate palaces, the sophisticated art, the religious ceremonies, the comfortable lifestyle that made the Minoans distinctive among Bronze Age civilizations. This wasn't a military economy extracting wealth through conquest, like the later Assyrian Empire. This wasn't a tributary empire forcing subjects to pay taxes like Egypt. This was commercial prosperity, wealth generated through trade, profit from successfully connecting buyers and sellers across hundreds of kilometers of Mediterranean waters. Of course, this economic model had vulnerabilities. It depended on maintaining good relationships with trading partners. If Egypt decided to source olive oil elsewhere, if Syrian ports closed to Minoan merchants for political reasons, if Cyprus stopped trading copper, the impact on Cretan prosperity could be severe. It depended on naval supremacy. Lose control of the seas, and your trade routes become vulnerable. It depended on political stability in the wider region. Wars, invasions, or collapses of trading partner civilizations could disrupt commerce and cut off markets. And it depended on nature cooperating: good harvest to produce surplus olive oil and wine for export, favourable weather for sailing, absence of major disasters that might disrupt production or destroy infrastructure. Bronze Age economics had less margin for error than modern economies with their diversified production, insurance systems, and government stabilization mechanisms. A bad harvest, a destroyed shipment, a disrupted trade route. These could have serious consequences for everyone dependent on that trade for their livelihood. But for several centuries during the Minoan palatial period, roughly 1700 to 1450 BCE, the system worked remarkably well. The ships sailed, the goods flowed, the profits accumulated, and Knossos thrived as the centre of a maritime trading empire that stretched across the eastern Mediterranean. The Minoans weren't the only traders in these waters. The Egyptians had ships, the Levantine cities had merchant fleets, the Cypriots traded actively, but the Minoans appear to have been particularly successful at it, leveraging their geographic position, naval power, and commercial expertise into genuine prosperity. The cultural exchange that accompanied this trade was probably as important as the economic exchange, though harder to quantify archaeologically. When Minoan merchants spent time in Egyptian ports, they absorbed Egyptian influences, artistic styles, religious concepts, technological innovations, luxury goods preferences. When foreign merchants visited Crete, they brought their own cultural influences. The cosmopolitan atmosphere in major trading ports would have been educational for everyone involved, exposing people to different languages, customs, beliefs, and ways of organizing society. This cultural exchange influenced Minoan art, as we've noted. Some artistic conventions clearly borrowed from Egypt, some religious imagery possibly influenced by Near Eastern traditions, some technological developments adapted from foreign sources. But it probably also influenced Minoan society in less tangible ways: attitudes about foreign peoples, understanding of the wider world, conception of Crete's place in the broader Mediterranean system. The Minoans weren't isolated or provincial. They were engaged with the wider Bronze Age world, aware of other civilizations, knowledgeable about foreign customs and practices. The merchant class, if such a distinct class existed, would have been particularly cosmopolitan, spending months at a time in foreign ports, learning foreign languages, navigating foreign commercial practices and social norms. These were the Bronze Age's international businessmen, and they probably had more in common with fellow merchants from other cultures than with Cretan farmers who never left their villages. The economic elite whose wealth came from trade probably had worldviews shaped by their international experience in ways that differed significantly from people whose lives were more locally focused. This international engagement might explain some of the cultural sophistication we see in Minoan civilization, the artistic refinement, the architectural ambition, the apparent openness to foreign influences. When you're regularly interacting with multiple other sophisticated cultures, when you're exposed to different ways of doing things, when you're economically successful, partly because of your ability to navigate different cultural contexts, you develop a certain cosmopolitan sophistication that parochial cultures lack. Of course, we should be careful not to over-romanticize Minoan trade as some kind of peaceful, enlightened commerce, free from the darker aspects of ancient economics. Bronze Age trade could be ruthless. Commercial competition could be cutthroat. Disputes over trade rights or access to resources could escalate into violence. Pirates were a constant threat. Slavery, while not well documented in Minoan contexts, was common throughout the Bronze Age Mediterranean and probably existed in Crete as well, possibly including enslaved people acquired through trade. The wealth accumulated by successful merchants probably created significant social inequality, with a commercial elite enjoying luxuries while common workers lived much more modestly. The palace economy's control over trade probably meant most of the profits flowed to the palace and its associated elite rather than being distributed broadly across society. This was not an egalitarian economic system. It was hierarchical, with clear winners and losers, even if the overall prosperity was substantial enough that many people benefited at least indirectly. Still, compared to economies based primarily on military extraction, conquering neighbours and taking their wealth, the Minoan commercial model had some advantages. It incentivized maintaining peaceful relationships with trading partners, since war disrupts commerce. It encouraged skills development in navigation, shipbuilding, crafts production, and commercial negotiation rather than primarily military skills. It created wealth through production and exchange rather than through destruction and appropriation. Not perfect, not morally pure, but perhaps somewhat less brutal than the alternatives common in the Bronze Age. Walking through the storage magazines at Knossos today, seeing the enormous pithoi that once held olive oil destined for Egyptian markets, you can almost visualize the whole system in operation. Farmers in the Cretan countryside producing olives, workers pressing them into oil, the oil transported to the palace in smaller vessels, palace workers decanting it into these massive storage jars, merchants eventually loading it onto ships in amphorae designed for transport, ships sailing south across the Mediterranean, Egyptian officials receiving the cargo and sending back grain or gold or ivory. The whole commercial cycle, repeated countless times over centuries, generating the wealth that built and maintained the palace you're standing in. The Minoan trade network was the economic engine that powered their civilization, the foundation that everything else rested on. Without it, without the profits from maritime commerce, there would have been no resources to build elaborate palaces, fund sophisticated art programs, support priestesses and religious ceremonies, maintain the lifestyle that made Minoan culture distinctive. Trade made it all possible, and the Minoans were apparently very good at it. But like every economic system in history, it had limits and vulnerabilities that wouldn't become fully apparent until circumstances changed. For now, though, during those prosperous centuries of the palatial period, Minoan merchants sailed the Mediterranean, Cretan goods reached distant markets, foreign products filled palace storerooms, and the whole system hummed along efficiently enough that the Minoans could afford to build unfortified palaces and paint dolphins on their walls, and generally live well by Bronze Age standards. Not bad for an island civilization that supposedly only survived in later Greek memory as a story about a monster in a maze. Turns out the real story, maritime trade network, commercial prosperity, cultural sophistication, international engagement, was considerably more interesting than the myth, even if it involved less mythological monsters and more economic logistics. But then, reality often is more interesting than mythology, once you dig deep enough to uncover it. Remember how Arthur Evans went to Crete in the first place? He wasn't looking for palaces or goddesses or bull-leaping frescoes or evidence of maritime trade networks. He was looking for ancient writing. Those little seal stones with mysterious symbols that Cretan women wore as amulets had convinced him there was an undiscovered script predating the Greek alphabet, and he was determined to find it. And find it he did, in abundance, carved and painted onto clay tablets that had been preserved through one of history's ironic twists. They survived because the palace burned. The fire that destroyed Knossos baked the clay tablets hard, turning temporary administrative records into permanent archaeological artifacts. So Evans got exactly what he wanted. Ancient writing, lots of it. Clear evidence of literacy in Bronze Age Crete. Success, right? Well, yes and no. Because here's the thing about finding ancient writing. It's only useful if you can actually read it. And Evans, despite spending the next several decades of his life trying, never managed to decipher the scripts he'd discovered. He died in 1941, aged 90, having devoted much of his career to studying writing he couldn't read, which must have been frustrating in ways that are almost painful to contemplate. But let's back up and talk about what Evans actually found, because the discovery itself was significant even if the interpretation took decades longer than anticipated. During those first excavations in 1900 and in subsequent seasons, Evans' team uncovered clay tablets inscribed with two distinct linear scripts. He called them Linear A and Linear B, because apparently he decided early on that creative naming was less important than clear classification. There was also an earlier hieroglyphic script, more pictographic, but the linear scripts were what really caught his attention because they appeared more developed, more clearly suited to efficient writing of language rather than just symbolic representation. The tablets themselves were small, flat pieces of clay, roughly palm-sized, inscribed while the clay was still soft and then left to dry. These weren't meant to be permanent records. They were essentially Bronze Age spreadsheets, administrative documents tracking palace resources, recording transactions, noting who owed what to whom. The Minoans and their successors probably created thousands of these tablets every year, using them for daily bureaucratic record-keeping, and then presumably discarding or recycling them once the information was no longer current. Clay tablets were cheap, easily produced, and perfect for temporary records that didn't need to last beyond the immediate accounting period. Under normal circumstances, these tablets would have been disposed of, or would have dissolved back into mud during the first rain after being discarded. Clay tablets only survive if they're baked hard, either deliberately, which was rarely done for administrative records, or accidentally through fire. When Knossos burned in its final destruction, the heat from the flames baked the tablets that happened to be in storage or on desks when disaster struck. The same fire that destroyed the palace inadvertently preserved a sample of its bureaucratic archives, giving modern archaeologists a window into Minoan administration that wouldn't exist if the palace had simply been abandoned peacefully. This is one of archaeology's great ironies. Some of our best evidence for ancient civilizations comes from their destruction. Fire preserves clay tablets, sudden burial preserves organic materials under volcanic ash, catastrophic collapse preserves buildings in ways that gradual decay doesn't. Archaeologists sometimes joke that disasters are gifts to future scholarship, which is true but probably wouldn't have consoled the people experiencing those disasters. Yes, your palace is burning and your civilization is collapsing, but think of the archaeologists in 3,000 years. They'll be so grateful for these well-preserved tablets. Not exactly comforting. Evans immediately recognized that he'd found what he'd been looking for, evidence of Bronze Age writing, but he also quickly realized he'd found something more complex than expected. Two different linear scripts, possibly representing different languages or different stages of linguistic development, plus that earlier hieroglyphic system. This wasn't a simple case of one language with one writing system. This was evidence of a literate culture that had developed and modified its writing over centuries. Linear A appeared to be older, found in earlier archaeological contexts, and showed up at multiple sites across Crete. Knossos, but also Phaistos, Hagia Triada, Zakros, and several other palatial and religious sites. Linear B was found primarily at Knossos, and in much larger quantities than Linear A, and it appeared in later contexts suggesting it was the later of the two scripts. Both used similar principles, linear symbols representing sounds, probably syllabic writing where each symbol represented a syllable rather than individual letters, but the specific symbols and their frequencies were different enough that Evans concluded they represented different stages or even different languages. The format of the tablets was consistent across both scripts. Most were record-keeping documents, listing commodities with numerical notation, tracking resources, recording distributions. Some had ideograms, pictographic symbols representing specific objects like sheep, wheat, oil jars, combined with the phonetic script to create a mixed writing system, where you'd have syllabic text probably giving names or descriptions, followed by ideograms showing what commodity was being discussed, followed by numbers indicating quantities. It's actually an efficient system for bureaucratic record-keeping, easier than writing everything out phonetically. Evans spent years cataloguing these tablets, copying the symbols meticulously. His terrible eyesight was an asset here, letting him distinguish tiny variations that other scholars might miss, and trying to work out what they said. He published his findings in massive volumes, documenting the scripts in detail, proposing interpretations, theorizing about what language they might represent. He was convinced Linear B was Minoan, the language of the palace's original builders and inhabitants, preserving the actual words spoken by the people who built this remarkable civilization. He was wrong about that, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. The process of deciphering an unknown script in an unknown language is genuinely difficult, bordering on impossible without some kind of bilingual text or external evidence to provide clues. The famous Rosetta Stone, which allowed the decipherment of Egyptian hieroglyphics, worked because it had the same text written in 3 scripts: hieroglyphic, Demotic Egyptian, and Greek, so scholars could use the known Greek to unlock the unknown Egyptian. Without such helpful bilingual texts, decipherment becomes vastly harder. For Linear A and Linear B, there was no Rosetta Stone, no bilingual text, no obvious external clues. Evans had to work with just the tablets themselves, trying to find patterns in symbol frequencies, looking for repeated phrases that might be formulaic, attempting to match ideograms with phonetic text to identify words for specific objects, and generally doing the linguistic equivalent of solving a crossword puzzle, where someone has erased most of the clues and possibly used a different language for the answers. He made some progress. He correctly identified that both scripts were syllabic, not alphabetic. He recognized that the numerical system used a decimal base. He identified some of the ideograms correctly. The sheep symbol definitely represented sheep. The wheat symbol was clearly wheat. Some were obvious enough that interpretation wasn't particularly challenging, but the actual phonetic values of the symbols, what sounds they represented, what language was being written, that eluded him despite decades of effort. Part of the problem was his assumption about what language the scripts recorded. Evans was convinced the Minoans spoke a language unrelated to Greek, something indigenous to Crete, or possibly related to other pre-Greek Aegean languages. This was a reasonable assumption based on what was known at the time. The Minoans predated classical Greek civilization. Their culture appeared distinct, and assuming they spoke Greek seemed like projection of later linguistic patterns onto an earlier culture. So Evans looked for connections to non-Greek languages, tried to find patterns that would match other language families, and generally approached the problem with assumptions that, while logical, turned out to be incorrect for Linear B at least. He died in 1941, still working on the problem, having published extensively about the scripts without successfully reading them. His meticulous documentation of the tablets was invaluable. Other scholars could use his published work to study the scripts, but the decipherment itself remained frustratingly out of reach. It must have been maddening, spending decades knowing you'd found something important, having all the evidence in front of you, and still not being able to crack the code. Enter Michael Ventris, stage left, carrying an obsession and a fresh perspective unburdened by decades of previous failed attempts. Ventris was born in 1922, young enough that Evans' work on Linear B was already published when he first encountered the problem. As a schoolboy, he attended a public lecture by Evans about the Minoan scripts and became fascinated. Not professionally fascinated, he wasn't training to be a linguist or archaeologist, just genuinely deeply interested in this puzzle about ancient writing that nobody could read. Ventris became an architect, which is relevant because architectural training involves spatial reasoning, pattern recognition, and systematic problem-solving. Skills that would prove useful for decipherment work, even if architecture and linguistics seem like unrelated fields. During World War II, he served as a navigator in the Royal Air Force, which required different pattern recognition skills, but probably also contributed to his analytical approach to problems. Throughout this time, Linear B remained his hobby, his intellectual puzzle, something he worked on in spare time without any professional pressure or academic career depending on success. This amateur status might have actually helped. Professional linguists and archaeologists had been working on Linear B for decades with specific methodological assumptions and theoretical frameworks. Ventris could approach the problem fresh, without being invested in previous interpretations, without having spent years developing theories he'd be reluctant to abandon. He was smart enough to use the scholarly work that existed. He built on Evans' documentation and on work by other scholars who'd proposed various interpretations, but he wasn't constrained by academic orthodoxy or professional reputation. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, Ventris systematically worked through the Linear B tablets using what he called a grid system, essentially creating a matrix of symbols and testing different phonetic values to see what produced sensible patterns. He looked for repeated phrases that might be formulaic, analysed symbol frequencies, tried to identify place names by looking for words that appeared in tablets from specific sites, and generally approached the decipherment as a puzzle to be solved through systematic analysis and logical deduction. And in 1952 he had his breakthrough. He was working on the assumption that Linear B might record Greek, a hypothesis he'd initially rejected like Evans, but one he came back to when other approaches failed. He tested Greek phonetic values against the symbols and suddenly patterns emerged. Words started making sense. Those tablets that seemed like place name listings were place names, Greek place names, places in Crete and the Greek mainland that were recognizable from later historical records. The commodity lists became readable. Here's an inventory of sheep, here's a record of wheat distribution, here's an accounting of bronze objects. Linear B was Greek. Early Greek, archaic Greek, a form of the language older than Homer and significantly different from classical Greek, but definitely Greek. The tablets at Knossos weren't written by the original Minoan palace builders. They were written by Greek-speaking people who had taken over the palace after the original Minoan civilization had already begun declining. The last phase of Knossos was Greek, not Minoan. This was simultaneously a triumph of decipherment and a devastating revelation for anyone interested in Minoan civilization. Ventris had solved the puzzle, cracked a script that had resisted interpretation for half a century, demonstrated that careful systematic analysis could unlock ancient writing even without bilingual texts. Genuine achievement, absolutely worthy of celebration. He announced his decipherment in 1952, published detailed work with John Chadwick, a professional classicist who helped confirm the linguistic analysis, and received widespread recognition for solving what had seemed like an intractable problem. But for scholars interested in the Minoans themselves, Ventris's discovery meant that the largest cache of Bronze Age Cretan writing they had didn't actually record the Minoan language. Linear B tablets were Greek administration records from after Greeks had taken control of Crete. They were useful for understanding late Bronze Age palace economy, for studying early Greek language development, for documenting the transition from Minoan to Greek dominance in the Aegean. But they didn't give voice to the original Minoan civilization. The true Minoan script was Linear A, and Linear A remains undeciphered. We have fewer Linear A tablets than Linear B. They're generally shorter and less detailed, and most crucially, we have no bilingual texts, no key that would let us unlock the language. Scholars have tried for decades, applying various methodological approaches, testing different linguistic hypotheses, but Linear A stubbornly refuses to yield its secrets. Part of the problem is that we don't know what language Linear A records. Is it related to any known language family? Is it a linguistic isolate, unrelated to anything else we can study? Without knowing what language we're dealing with, determining phonetic values for the symbols is nearly impossible. You need some symbols in Linear A and Linear B are identical or very similar, which suggests the scripts are related. Probably Linear B was adapted from Linear A when Greek speakers needed a writing system. Scholars have tried using known Linear B phonetic values to read Linear A, on the theory that symbols that look the same might represent the same sounds. This has produced some interesting possibilities, but no definitive breakthrough. A few words seem to make sense, a few patterns emerge, but we can't read Linear A tablets with any confidence that we're correctly understanding what they say. This is profoundly frustrating. We can walk through Minoan palaces, admire their art, study their architecture, analyze their pottery, examine their religious symbols, trace their trade networks. We can see their civilization in great detail. But we can't hear them speak. We don't know what they called themselves. We don't know their names for their gods. We don't know their word for palace or ship or olive oil, or any of the 1,000 common words they must have used daily. The Minoans are visible but silent, a civilization we can observe but not converse with. The Linear A tablets that do exist are, like Linear B, primarily administrative records. Lists of commodities, accounting documents, resource tracking, Bronze Age bureaucracy preserved in clay. We're probably not missing great Minoan literature or epic poetry. We're missing inventories and tax records. But even bureaucratic language tells you something about a culture. The words they used for different types of workers, the way they categorized goods, the administrative structures visible in the documents, the religious terminology that appears in shrine records, all of this would illuminate aspects of Minoan culture that remain obscure. For instance, Linear A tablets often begin with what appear to be dedicatory formulae, possibly invoking gods or acknowledging religious authority over the economic transactions being recorded. But we can't read these formulae, so we don't know which gods were being invoked, what religious concepts were being expressed, or how religion and economics intersected in Minoan administrative practice. We can see that religion was important in their record-keeping. The formulae suggest this, but we can't understand the specifics. Some Linear A tablets come from religious contexts, shrines, peak sanctuaries, cave sites, and these might have more explicitly religious content than palace administrative records. But again, we can't read them. We have what might be prayers or ritual instructions or dedicatory inscriptions, but they remain mysterious, tantalizingly present but incomprehensible. The numerical system in Linear A is readable, fortunately, since numbers follow logical patterns that can be worked out through context and comparison. So we can tell what quantities of goods are being recorded even if we can't read the words describing those goods. This is minimally useful but deeply unsatisfying. It's like being able to see the prices in a catalogue while all the product descriptions are in a language you don't understand. Someone was tracking 50 units of something and 200 units of something else, but what those somethings were remains unclear. Ideograms help a bit since they're pictographic and sometimes obvious. A sheep symbol is a sheep, regardless of what language is being written phonetically. But ideograms only appear for some commodities, and even when they're present, the phonetic text surrounding them might contain crucial contextual information we're missing. Is this sheep being recorded as tribute, as inventory, as allocation, as sacrifice? The phonetic text probably clarifies, but we can't read it. Modern computational analysis has been applied to Linear A, trying to find patterns through statistical analysis, comparing symbol frequencies, looking for structural similarities to known languages. This has produced interesting observations but no breakthrough. Computers are excellent at finding patterns, but they can't interpret meaning without some external reference. You need human judgment informed by linguistic knowledge to make the intuitive leaps that lead to decipherment, and even human experts have so far been stymied by Linear A's resistance to interpretation. The comparison with Linear B is instructive for understanding the decipherment challenge. Ventris succeeded with Linear B partly because there was much more material to work with. Hundreds of tablets, extensive texts, lots of repeated formulae that could be analysed. He also had the advantage that Greek was a known language. Once he hypothesized that Linear B might be Greek, he could test that hypothesis against known Greek vocabulary and grammar. And he benefited from evidence like place names that could be identified because those places were still known from later Greek sources. Linear A has none of these advantages. Less material, no known reference language to test against, fewer repeated formulae, and no easily identifiable place names or words that can be confirmed through external evidence. It's genuinely a harder problem than Linear B, maybe exponentially harder, and it's possible that with the evidence currently available it's unsolvable. We might need to find more Linear A tablets, preferably longer texts, or ideally a bilingual inscription before decipherment becomes feasible. And here's a depressing thought. We might already have found all the Linear A tablets we're going to find. Clay tablets only survive under specific circumstances, usually destruction by fire, and there are only so many Minoan sites that burned and preserved their archives. Future excavations might uncover more tablets, but there's no guarantee, and we can't just dig up the whole island hoping to get lucky. Archaeology is expensive, time-consuming, and dependent on finding sites that haven't already been excavated or destroyed by later construction. The irony of Evan's quest is almost poetic. He went to Crete looking for ancient writing, found exactly what he sought, devoted decades to trying to read it, and died without succeeding. Ventris later deciphered the script Evans had worked on, only to discover it wasn't actually Minoan. It was Greek, recording the language of the people who came after the Minoans. The truly Minoan writing, Linear A, remains unread despite generations of scholarly effort. Evans's original goal, reading Minoan language, hearing the actual words of the people who built this civilization, remains unachieved more than a century after his first excavations. We can reconstruct some Minoan words through comparative linguistics and careful analysis. Some words borrowed into Greek might have Minoan origins. Some place names in Crete are probably pre-Greek, preserving Minoan linguistic elements. But this gives us isolated words, not the language itself. It's like trying to understand English by knowing only chocolate, algebra, and bamboo, words borrowed from other languages that tell you those other languages existed but don't let you speak them. The religious terminology we've been using, words like goddess, priest, ritual, shrine, are all our words, our interpretations, our linguistic categories imposed on Minoan culture. We don't know what the Minoans actually called these things. The goddess with snakes might have had a specific name, a particular title, theological characteristics that her name communicated to Minoan worshippers. Lost. The bull-leaping ritual probably had a Minoan name, possibly a name that conveyed religious meaning or referenced mythological associations. Unknown. The palace itself, that massive labyrinthine structure, surely had a Minoan name, maybe multiple names for different sections. We call it Knossos, using a Greek name from later tradition, but we don't know what the original inhabitants called it. Even Minoan is our word, not theirs. Evans named them after King Minos from Greek mythology, creating a label that stuck because it was convenient and evocative. But the people we call Minoans didn't call themselves Minoans. They had their own name for themselves, their own ethnonym, their own way of identifying their culture and distinguishing themselves from neighbours. We'll probably never know what it was. This linguistic silence creates an odd distance between us and Minoan civilization. We can study them extensively, write detailed books about their culture, build scholarly careers on Minoan archaeology, but we can't read their own accounts of themselves. We're forever looking at them from the outside, interpreting their material culture through our frameworks, never able to hear their voices explaining what they actually thought and believed and valued. Other ancient civilizations aren't silent in this way. We can read Egyptian hieroglyphics, understand Mesopotamian cuneiform, decipher ancient Greek and Latin, study Hebrew and Aramaic texts. These cultures speak to us directly through their writings, myths, histories, legal codes, religious texts, personal letters, administrative records, poetry, everything. We can study their worldviews through their own words, not just through archaeological interpretation of their material remains. But the Minoans? Silent, or at least were deaf to their speech, which amounts to the same thing practically. We have their writing, but we can't hear the words. The Linear A tablets sit in museums, carefully preserved, extensively photographed and catalogued, studied by scholars who desperately want to read them. But the language remains locked inside those clay surfaces, as inaccessible as if it had never been written at all. There's something almost tragic about this. The final destruction of Knossos preserved the tablets that might have let us understand Minoan civilization from the inside. But it preserved the wrong tablets, the Greek ones from the palace's final phase rather than the Minoan ones from the civilization's height. Or rather, it preserved both, but only the Greek ones have yielded to decipherment. The Minoans went to the trouble of developing writing, training scribes, recording their language in bureaucratic archives, and then history conspired to make sure we'd find their writing but be unable to read their actual language. If there's a lesson here, it's probably that preservation isn't the same as understanding. We've preserved Linear A tablets carefully, documented them exhaustively, applied sophisticated analytical methods to them. But preservation without decipherment leaves them fundamentally opaque. The information is physically present but semantically inaccessible, data without interpretation, writing without reading. Modern scholars continue working on Linear A. New methodological approaches get attempted, new computational analysis techniques get applied, new theories about possible linguistic connections get proposed and tested. Maybe someday someone will have the insight that unlocks the script, will find the pattern that reveals the language, will give voice to these silent tablets. Ventris managed it with Linear B, working as an amateur without professional linguistic training, so maybe it's possible that Linear A will eventually yield to some determined scholar who approaches the problem with fresh eyes and a new methodology. Or maybe it won't. Maybe Linear A will remain undeciphered indefinitely, a permanent reminder of how much we've lost, how much of ancient history remains mysterious despite our best efforts at recovery. Maybe future archaeologists will still be working on Linear A centuries from now, still hoping for the breakthrough that finally lets us hear the Minoans speak in their own words. For now we have silence. We have visibility without audibility, sight without sound, material culture without linguistic culture. We can see what the Minoans built, what they made, what they valued enough to paint on palace walls and carve in stone. But we can't read their poems if they wrote any. We can't hear their prayers, except as incomprehensible syllables. We can't understand their myths, beyond what survived as garbled Greek retellings. We can't read their histories, if they recorded any. The Minoans are the civilization you can look at but not listen to, present in museums and archaeological sites but absent from the historical record in the way that literate civilizations normally preserve themselves. They exist in that frustrating middle ground between prehistoric cultures that never developed writing, where we expect silence, and historic cultures whose voices come through clearly in their texts. The Minoans had writing. They were literate. They recorded their language. But we can't read it, so they remain functionally voiceless despite their literacy. Standing in a museum looking at linear A tablets, you're looking at someone's words, frozen in clay 3.5 millennia ago, waiting to be read. The scribe who inscribed that tablet intended it to be read, wrote it in language that was perfectly comprehensible to other Bronze Age Cretans, created a record that served its purpose in palace administration, and now it sits behind glass, its message unreadable, its language lost, its words silent despite being physically present. That's what we've lost with the Minoans, not their presence but their voice. We can see them clearly, but we can't hear them speak, and that makes all the difference between a culture we study archaeologically and a culture we understand historically. The Minoans remain mysterious not because they didn't leave evidence, they left abundant evidence, but because they left that evidence in a language we cannot read. And so Arthur Evans' original quest remains incomplete. He found ancient writing just as he'd hoped. He documented it meticulously, published it extensively, devoted his career to studying it. But he never learned to read it, and neither have we, at least not the part that actually records Minoan language. Linear B was a consolation prize, interesting and valuable, but not what we really wanted. Linear A, the actual Minoan voice, stays silent, waiting for someone clever or lucky enough to finally unlock its secrets. Maybe someday. Until then, the Minoans speak only through their art, their architecture, their trade goods, their pottery and frescoes and palace ruins, visual languages that we can interpret but that don't give us their own words, their own explanations, their own understanding of themselves. It's better than nothing, certainly better than total loss. But it's not the same as being able to read what they wrote, to see their civilization through their eyes rather than through our archaeological reconstructions. The tablets remain, testament to Minoan literacy and our limitations. The writing is there, clear and preserved. The language remains locked inside, perhaps forever. The Minoans had voices. We just can't hear them, no matter how carefully we listen. So we've established that the Minoans built an impressive civilization based on maritime trade, naval supremacy, and the comfortable assumption that their strategic position and sea power would keep them safe from major threats. They built open palaces without defensive walls, invested in art and comfort rather than military infrastructure, and generally lived well by Bronze Age standards. Their whole system depended on maintaining control of the seas and on the continued prosperity that maritime trade generated. It was an elegant strategy, sophisticated and effective, right up until nature decided to remind everyone that human strategies mean absolutely nothing when geological forces get involved. Around 1600 BCE, the exact date is debated by scholars, with estimates ranging from 1650 to 1500 BCE, depending on which dating method you trust, because apparently even volcanic eruptions can't be bothered to leave clear calendars. Something catastrophic happened about 110 kilometers north of Crete. The island of Thera, modern Santorini, which we've mentioned as a major Minoan outpost, decided to explode. Not metaphorically, not gradually, literally exploded in what geological records suggest was one of the most powerful volcanic eruptions in the past 10,000 years of human history. To understand the scale of what happened, we need to talk about volcanic eruptions in general, because not all volcanic activity is equal. Some volcanoes ooze lava gently, creating spectacular but relatively manageable events where you can evacuate people and watch the destruction from a safe distance while filming it for disaster documentaries. Other volcanoes are more aggressive, producing explosive eruptions with ash clouds and pyroclastic flows. And then there are the volcanoes that geologists classify as cataclysmic, eruptions so powerful that they reshape landscapes, alter climate, and mark themselves in ice cores and tree rings across multiple continents. Thera was the latter category. This wasn't a volcano having a bad day. This was a volcano having an apocalyptic meltdown, a geological tantrum of such magnitude that it literally changed the shape of the island. The eruption ejected an estimated 60 cubic kilometers of material, ash, rock, pumice, everything in the volcanic chamber plus a substantial portion of the island itself. For comparison, Mount St. Helens in 1980, which seemed pretty dramatic at the time, ejected about 1 cubic kilometre of material. Krakatoa in 1883, one of the most famous historical eruptions, managed about 25 cubic kilometres. Thera was roughly twice as powerful as Krakatoa, and Krakatoa was heard 3,000 kilometres away and killed over 36,000 people. The Volcanic Explosivity Index, the scale geologists use to measure eruptions, rates Thera as a 7, just one step below the highest rating of 8, which is reserved for supervolcano eruptions that happen maybe once in hundreds of thousands of years and have civilization-ending potential. A V7 eruption is merely region devastating rather than globally catastrophic, which is cold comfort if you're in that region when it happens. But let's talk about what this actually meant for the people living on Thera and nearby Crete, because abstract geological measurements don't quite capture the horror of experiencing such an event. The settlement at Akrotiri, that Minoan town we mentioned earlier with its multi-story buildings and sophisticated plumbing, would have experienced warning signs before the main eruption. Volcanic eruptions don't usually happen without precursors. Earthquakes, ground deformation, changes in hot spring activity, gases venting from the ground, all the signs that something underground is going very wrong. The residents of Akrotiri apparently recognized these warnings and evacuated. Archaeological excavations of the buried town have found remarkably few human remains, suggesting the inhabitants left before the catastrophe, taking portable valuables with them. This was smart. Survival instincts working correctly, people recognizing danger and getting out while they could. The fact that they managed to evacuate suggests the warning period lasted days or possibly weeks, enough time to organize departure, load ships, and flee to safer locations. Probably Crete, one imagines. Where else would Minoan colonists go when their island started showing worrying volcanic symptoms? Back to the main island, back to family connections, back to the safety of distance from an angry mountain. This seemed like a reasonable decision at the time, getting away from the immediate danger zone. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, safe distance from this particular eruption was rather further than anyone in the Bronze Age could have anticipated. After the evacuation, and we don't know exactly how long after, could have been days or weeks, Thera erupted. The initial phase would have been explosive, the volcanic chamber essentially decompressing violently as gases and magma forced their way to the surface. Imagine the pressure of all that molten rock and superheated gas suddenly releasing. The sound alone would have been apocalyptic, audible potentially across the entire eastern Mediterranean. The explosion would have been visible from Crete, from mainland Greece, from the Anatolian coast. A massive column of ash and debris rising into the stratosphere, mushrooming at the top as it reached altitude where the air was too thin to support further vertical rise. The ash column probably rose 30 to 40 kilometers high. That's well into the stratosphere, higher than modern commercial aircraft fly, high enough that the ash would be caught by high-altitude winds and distributed across hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. The column would have been visible for hundreds of kilometers, a pillar of darkness rising from the horizon, growing larger and more ominous as more material was ejected from the volcanic chamber. Then came the pyroclastic flows. These are one of the most lethal volcanic phenomena. Clouds of superheated gas and pulverized rock that rush down the volcano's slopes at hundreds of kilometers per hour, destroying everything in their path. The temperature inside a pyroclastic flow can reach 1000 degrees Celsius, hot enough to incinerate organic material instantly, to shatter rock through thermal shock, to turn anything it touches into ash and rubble. These flows buried Akrotiri under meters of volcanic debris, preserving the town in the same way that pyroclastic flows from Vesuvius would preserve Pompeii over a millennium later. But Thera wasn't on mainland, it was an island. The pyroclastic flows didn't just rush down slopes and spread across land, they hit water. When superheated pyroclastic material meets seawater, several things happen, all of them catastrophic. The water flash boils into steam, the thermal shock creates explosive interactions, and most importantly, the sudden displacement of water and the collapse of the volcanic caldera generate tsunamis. Tsunamis from volcanic eruptions are different from earthquake tsunamis, but equally devastating. The initial wave from Thera was probably enormous. Estimates suggest wave heights of 35 to 150 meters when they struck coastlines, though there's considerable debate about exact figures, because modeling Bronze Age volcanic tsunamis is complicated and the evidence is scattered. Even taking the conservative estimates, we're talking about waves tens of meters high, moving at hundreds of kilometers per hour, carrying the energy of the eruption across open water until they encountered land. The northern coast of Crete, facing directly toward Thera, would have been hit first and hardest. The wave would have been visible from shore before it arrived, the sea suddenly receding as the wave's trough reached the coast, exposing the seabed, fish flopping on suddenly dry sand, boats stranded far from normal water levels. This recession would have lasted maybe minutes, maybe only seconds before the wall of water arrived. A tsunami isn't like a normal wave. It's not a breaking wave that crashes and dissipates. It's a rising of the entire sea level, a moving mountain of water that doesn't break so much as overwhelm, pushing inland with irresistible force, carrying everything movable with it: ships, buildings, trees, people, livestock, everything. The water doesn't just knock things over, it picks them up and carries them inland, smashing them against obstacles, creating a churning debris field of everything that was once coastal infrastructure, now transformed into waterborne battering rams. For coastal Minoan settlements, ports, harbours, maritime facilities, the infrastructure of their sea-based economy, this was catastrophic. Ships in harbour would have been destroyed, lifted and smashed against docks and buildings, or carried inland and deposited kilometres from the coast when the water finally receded. Port facilities would have been obliterated, docks and breakwaters demolished, warehouses flooded and collapsed. People who didn't run far enough or fast enough inland would have drowned, along with livestock, along with everything living that couldn't escape the water. And remember, Minoan defence strategy was based on their fleet. Their wooden walls strategy assumed they controlled the seas because they had ships to patrol them, to intercept enemies, to project power across the Aegean. A single day's disaster would have destroyed a substantial portion of that fleet. All the ships that were in northern Cretan ports when the tsunami hit, plus probably many that were at sea in the wrong locations and were swamped by the waves. The naval supremacy that made unfortified palaces seem like a reasonable strategy was suddenly catastrophically reduced. But wait, there's more. The tsunami wasn't a single wave. Volcanic tsunami generation is complex, involving multiple collapses, multiple water displacements, and the result is multiple waves over hours. The first wave was probably the largest, but subsequent waves would have hit an already devastated coast, smashing through rubble from the initial impact, drowning survivors who thought the danger had passed, preventing any immediate rescue or recovery efforts. Each successive wave would have pushed debris further inland, ensuring maximum destruction of everything within reach of the water. The waves would have travelled beyond Crete as well, hitting other Aegean islands, striking the Greek mainland, potentially reaching the Anatolian coast and even Egypt. The entire eastern Mediterranean would have experienced tsunami impacts, though Crete, being closest to Thera and facing it directly, would have suffered most severely. Minoan outposts on other islands would have been damaged or destroyed. Trading partners in distant ports would have seen mysterious enormous waves destroying harbours, possibly not even connecting the disaster to Thera if the volcanic ash hadn't yet arrived to make the connection obvious. Speaking of ash, while the tsunamis were devastating the coasts, volcanic ash from that enormous eruption column was falling across the region. The prevailing winds would have carried ash southeast toward Crete and beyond. Within hours of the eruption, ash would have started falling on Crete, first as fine dust that made breathing difficult and reduced visibility, then as heavier particles that accumulated on roofs, collapsed buildings under their weight, buried crops and vegetation, and generally made the island look like it had been relocated to the aftermath of a nuclear winter. The ashfall on Crete wouldn't have been as thick as on Thera, distance matters, and the ash dispersed as it travelled. But even a few centimetres of volcanic ash is severely damaging to agriculture. Volcanic ash isn't like snow that melts away harmlessly. It's pulverised rock and glass, abrasive and poisonous to plants, turning fields into sterile grey landscapes. Whatever crops were growing when the ash fell would have been destroyed. The olive groves that produced the oil that funded Minoan prosperity? Buried under ash, their leaves coated with abrasive particles, unable to photosynthesize, slowly dying. Volcanic ash also contaminates water sources. Rain washing through ash creates acidic runoff that damages vegetation and makes water unsafe to drink without careful filtration. Springs and wells would have been contaminated, requiring extensive cleaning before they were usable again. Cisterns that collected rainwater would have filled with ash-laden water, useless for drinking or irrigation. The palace's elaborate plumbing systems would have clogged with ash-contaminated water, those sophisticated drainage systems that we praised earlier suddenly non-functional because they weren't designed to handle volcanic debris. The climate impacts would have extended beyond the immediate ashfall. Major volcanic eruptions inject sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere, where it combines with water vapor to create sulfuric acid aerosols that reflect sunlight and cool global temperatures. The Thera eruption would have produced a volcanic winter, several years of cooler than normal temperatures affecting agricultural productivity across a wide region. Growing seasons would have shortened, harvests would have declined, and this at exactly the time when Crete needed abundant food to recover from the immediate tsunami damage. Ice core evidence from Greenland shows sulfate deposits consistent with a major volcanic eruption in the mid-2nd millennium BCE, though the exact date remains debated. Tree ring data from ancient trees shows narrow growth rings suggesting cooler, harder growing seasons around this period. The climate impacts of Thera weren't just local or immediate, they were regional and multi-year, creating sustained agricultural stress that would have compounded the immediate disaster's effects. Now here's a crucial point. The Thera eruption didn't immediately destroy Minoan civilization. This wasn't an extinction event, wasn't the single catastrophic blow that ended everything. Archaeological evidence shows that Knossos and other palaces survived the eruption, were damaged but not destroyed, and were rebuilt afterward. Minoan culture continued for decades, possibly over a century after Thera erupted. This wasn't the end, it was the beginning of the end, the start of a long decline rather than sudden collapse. But it was nonetheless devastating in ways that would prove difficult to recover from fully. The immediate damage was severe. Northern coastal settlements destroyed, fleet reduced, agricultural land buried under ash, trade networks disrupted, climate impacts reducing food production. The economic foundations that supported Minoan prosperity were damaged, and while they could be rebuilt, the rebuilding took resources, time, and effort that couldn't simultaneously be used for maintaining other aspects of their civilization. The psychological impact might have been equally significant. The Minoans had based their entire security strategy on controlling the seas, on the assumption that their geography and naval power made them safe from major threats. Then nature demonstrated that geography could be a vulnerability rather than an asset. Being an island meant being surrounded by water that could turn into a weapon when tsunami waves formed. And naval power meant nothing when your ships were smashed in harbour or swamped at sea. The fundamental assumptions underlying their civilization had been violently challenged. How do you maintain confidence in a strategy of unfortified palaces and naval supremacy when you've just experienced a disaster that bypassed your fleet entirely and struck at your heartland directly? The Minoans didn't respond by building walls around Knossos. Archaeological evidence doesn't show sudden fortification construction after Thera, but they must have recognized the vulnerability that the disaster exposed. Their wooden walls had failed to protect them, not because the walls were inadequate, but because the threat came from a direction that ships couldn't defend against. The recovery efforts must have been immense. Rebuilding damaged palaces, clearing ash from fields, restoring harbours, replacing destroyed ships, re-establishing trade connections disrupted by the disaster, dealing with food shortages from reduced agricultural output, managing refugee populations displaced from destroyed coastal settlements. All of this required substantial resources and administrative coordination. The palace economy that had previously focused on managing prosperity now had to manage crisis recovery, a very different and more difficult task. And during this recovery period they were vulnerable. Naval power reduced by ship losses, economic resources diverted to reconstruction rather than maintaining military capabilities, agricultural production diminished by ash damage and climate effects, trading partners potentially taking advantage of Minoan weakness to renegotiate relationships or expand their own influence. The Minoans had been the dominant Aegean power. Post-Thera, that dominance was suddenly questionable, and rivals would have noticed. The Mycenaeans on mainland Greece, who we've discussed as contemporaries with very different approaches to security, would have been watching. They had their fortified citadels, their warrior culture, their land-based power that was less vulnerable to naval disasters. They traded with the Minoans, borrowed cultural influences from them, probably envied their wealth and sophistication. And now, post-Thera, they were seeing that wealth and sophistication damaged, that sea power diminished, those rich trading networks disrupted. It's not that the Mycenaeans immediately invaded. The timeline is more complicated than that, and we'll get to the Mycenaean takeover in the next chapter. But the Thera disaster changed the balance of power in the Aegean, weakened the Minoans' previously dominant position, and created opportunities for rivals that hadn't existed before. When you're the strongest power in the region, You can afford to be sophisticated and somewhat vulnerable. When you're weakened and recovering from disaster, those vulnerabilities become critical problems. The archaeological evidence from Crete is both fascinating and eerie. The excavations there, ongoing since the 1960s, have uncovered a Bronze Age town preserved in volcanic ash like a Mediterranean Pompeii. But unlike Pompeii, there are no bodies, no remains of people caught in the eruption. The evacuation was apparently successful. People got out, saved themselves, escaped the immediate danger. Their possessions were left behind, their buildings were buried, their entire town was entombed in volcanic debris. But they themselves survived the initial catastrophe. What happened to them after they evacuated? They probably fled to Crete, settling in other communities, becoming refugees in their own cultural sphere. They survived the volcano, but then had to survive the aftermath, the tsunamis that may have struck wherever they sought refuge, the ashfall that blanketed Crete, the food shortages, the economic disruption. Archaeological invisibility doesn't mean safety, it just means we lose track of them in the historical record. They escaped the fire only to face the consequences of the fire's effects on the wider region. The preservation at Crete allows us to see what a prosperous Minoan settlement looked like at the moment of abandonment. Multi-story buildings with sophisticated architecture, elaborate frescoes on the walls, sophisticated pottery and household goods, evidence of literacy and administration, religious shrines, the whole material culture of Minoan civilization frozen in time. It's an invaluable archaeological resource, showing us details of daily life that wouldn't survive at sites that weren't catastrophically buried. But it's also a reminder of how quickly Bronze Age prosperity could vanish. This was a thriving town, inhabited by people who were part of the Minoan trading network, who lived in comfortable houses, who had access to luxury goods, who participated in a sophisticated culture. Then the volcano erupted, and within hours their entire settlement was buried under meters of debris. Everything they couldn't carry was lost. The buildings they'd constructed, the frescoes they'd commissioned, the infrastructure they'd built, all gone, preserved for archaeologists but lost to them. Modern analysis of the Thera eruption continues to refine our understanding of what happened. Volcanologists study the volcanic deposits, calculate eruption intensity, model tsunami propagation, estimate climate impacts. Archaeologists excavate sites affected by the disaster, looking for evidence of tsunami damage, ash layers, and post-eruption recovery. Dendrochronologists study tree rings for signs of volcanic cooling. Ice core specialists analyze sulfate deposits. All of this work helps us understand the scale and impacts of the eruption in increasing detail. But some questions remain unresolved. The exact date is still debated. Radiocarbon dating, archaeological chronology, ice core evidence, and tree ring data don't all agree perfectly, giving estimates that vary by a century or more. The exact height of the tsunami waves when they hit Crete is uncertain. Coastal geology has changed over 300-500 years, making precise modelling difficult. How quickly the Minoans recovered, how severe the long-term impacts were, how much the eruption contributed to eventual Minoan decline versus other factors. All of this is subject to ongoing scholarly discussion. What we can say with confidence is that the Thera eruption was a major disaster for Minoan civilization, that it caused immediate catastrophic damage to coastal settlements and fleets, that it had sustained negative impacts on agriculture and climate, and that it began a period of Minoan decline from which they never fully recovered. The civilization survived the disaster, they rebuilt, continued trading, maintained their palaces for decades or longer afterward, but they were weakened in ways that proved consequential. The irony is almost painful. The Minoans built their civilization on the assumption that their island geography and naval power made them secure. They invested in trade and prosperity rather than military fortification, created elaborate palaces without defensive walls, lived comfortably in the confidence that the seas protected them. And then those same seas betrayed them, turned into weapons by volcanic forces, and their entire strategic foundation was revealed as more fragile than they'd believed. This is the problem with defensive strategies that depend on single points of strength. The Mycenaeans with their massive walls had redundancy. Even if enemies defeated them in battle, even if they lost territory, they could retreat behind fortifications and endure. The Minoans had no such fallback. Their entire strategy was control the seas, and when a disaster damaged their fleet and destroyed coastal infrastructure, they had no plan B. The beautiful unfortified palaces that had seemed so sophisticated suddenly looked alarmingly vulnerable. History is full of confident civilizations discovering that their strategic assumptions had critical weaknesses. The Maginot Line worked perfectly until the Germans went around it. The Singapore fortress was impregnable from the sea, which didn't help when the Japanese attacked through the jungle from land. Pearl Harbor seemed safe until someone realized you could use aircraft carriers to attack it. The Minoans thought controlling the seas made them secure, which worked wonderfully until a volcano demonstrated that some threats couldn't be stopped by ships. And yet they rebuilt. Despite the devastation, despite the exposure of their strategic vulnerability, despite the economic costs and the climate impacts and the loss of ships and coastal infrastructure, they rebuilt. The palaces were repaired, the trade networks were re-established, the culture continued. This speaks to resilience, to determination, to the human capacity to recover from disaster and continue forward even when circumstances seem overwhelming. But resilience has limits, and recovery takes resources, and civilizations damaged by major disasters are more vulnerable to subsequent challenges. The Minoans survived Thera, but they survived weakened, with reduced capabilities, with rivals growing stronger while they struggled to recover. They managed to maintain their civilization for decades or more after the eruption, but they never regained their previous unchallenged dominance of the Aegean. The volcanic ash that buried Akrotiri preserved a moment in time, showing us what Minoan culture looked like at its height. The same eruption that preserved that moment also began the process that would eventually end the culture that created it. Not immediately, not all at once, but inexorably, like a wound that proves fatal not through immediate shock but through slower consequences that compound over time. Standing today on Santorini, looking at the massive caldera where the volcano collapsed, at the cliff faces showing layers of volcanic deposits, at the reconstructed ancient settlement at Akrotiri, you can see the scale of what happened here. The island that once existed is mostly gone, blown apart or collapsed into the volcanic chamber, leaving behind a crescent-shaped remnant and a bay hundreds of meters deep where solid ground once stood. The power involved in reshaping an island that dramatically is difficult to comprehend, even seeing the evidence directly. And somewhere on that caldera's rim, Bronze Age Minoans stood and watched their colony island explode, saw the enormous eruption column rising into the stratosphere, felt the ground shake from the blasts, and had no way to know that the volcano had just fundamentally changed the future of their civilization. They might have been relieved that the colonists had evacuated successfully, might have been awed by the natural spectacle, might have offered prayers to whatever gods they thought controlled such phenomena. They couldn't have known they were watching the beginning of their civilization's end, couldn't have understood that the waves heading toward their coast carried implications far beyond the immediate physical destruction. Nature doesn't care about human strategies, human prosperity, or human civilizations. Volcanoes erupt according to geological processes that operate on timescales where human history is barely a blip. The magma chamber beneath Thera had been building pressure for centuries or millennia, and when it finally released, it released on geological terms, with geological violence, without any consideration for the Bronze Age people who happened to be living in the impact zone. The Minoans learned this lesson the hard way. You can build beautiful palaces, create sophisticated art, establish profitable trade networks, develop complex religious practices, and master maritime technology. You can build a thriving civilization that lasts for centuries, that influences cultures across a wide region, that achieves genuine sophistication and prosperity. And then a volcano can erupt, and none of that sophistication matters. The beautiful palaces don't protect you from tsunamis. The trade networks don't prevent ash from burying your fields. The naval supremacy doesn't stop the waves or clear the volcanic debris. Human civilization is always vulnerable to natural forces larger than ourselves, and the Minoans discovered this in approximately the worst possible way, through direct experience of one of the most powerful eruptions in recorded history, striking at the heart of their maritime empire, damaging the foundations their entire civilization rested on. They survived it, but survival isn't the same as thriving, and weakened civilizations don't remain weakened forever in isolation. Other powers notice, other rivals act, and history moves forward toward conclusions that might have been different if the volcano had stayed quiet for another few centuries. But volcanoes don't stay quiet because it would be convenient for human civilizations. They erupt when geological conditions demand it, and humans have to deal with the consequences, whether those consequences are manageable or catastrophic. For the Minoans, the consequences of Thera's eruption were catastrophic in the slow-motion sense. Not immediately fatal, but ultimately undermining, beginning a decline that would end with conquest, destruction, and the transformation of Crete from an independent civilization into a Greek-dominated island. The volcano had spoken. The Minoans had survived hearing it, but they would discover that surviving the initial disaster was only the beginning of their troubles. So the Minoans survived the Thera eruption, rebuilt their damaged palaces, restored their trade networks, and generally demonstrated that human resilience and determination can overcome even volcanic catastrophes. They recovered, they continued, they persisted. But here's the thing about recovering from major disasters while surrounded by ambitious rivals. Recovery takes time and resources, and meanwhile those rivals aren't standing still. They're watching, they're growing stronger, and they're definitely noticing that you're not quite as dominant as you used to be. The Mycenaeans on mainland Greece had been watching Minoan civilization for centuries, absorbing cultural influences, adopting artistic styles, importing luxury goods, learning from Cretan sophistication. They'd built their own civilization in the Peloponnese and central Greece, with those massive fortified citadels we discussed earlier. Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, Athens, Thebes, a network of fortified palace centres ruled by warrior kings who took defence seriously enough to build walls that still stand millennia later. And unlike the Minoans, the Mycenaeans hadn't been hit by a catastrophic volcanic eruption. They'd felt earthquakes from the Thera disaster, seismic waves travel far, and they'd probably seen some tsunami effects on their coasts, but they were far enough from the eruption's epicentre that the damage was manageable rather than civilization threatening. While the Minoans were dealing with destroyed fleets and ash-covered fields and disrupted trade networks, the Mycenaeans were continuing their steady growth, consolidating their power, and developing into formidable military forces with the economic resources to support professional warriors and the cultural values that celebrated martial achievement. The relationship between the Minoans and Mycenaeans before the conquest is fascinating and complex, not simply a case of isolated civilizations suddenly discovering each other. These two cultures had been in contact for centuries, trading extensively, with Minoan goods showing up throughout Mycenaean territories and Mycenaean pottery found on Crete. The Mycenaeans hadn't just traded with the Minoans, they'd adopted significant elements of Minoan culture, artistic styles, religious symbols, architectural features like those distinctive columns, probably aspects of palace administration and economic organization. In fact, Linear B script, the one Ventress deciphered, remember, was probably adapted by the Mycenaeans from Minoan Linear A when they needed a writing system for their language. They took a Minoan innovation and modified it for Greek, which tells you something about the cultural influence Crete had on mainland Greece. The Mycenaeans admired Minoan sophistication enough to borrow extensively from it, which makes their eventual conquest of Crete somewhat ironic. They were taking over the civilization they'd been learning from, like ambitious students overthrowing their teachers once they'd absorbed the lessons and realized they'd grown strong enough to challenge the master. This wasn't ancient Greece's version of a sudden barbarian invasion, wasn't unsophisticated warriors destroying a civilization they couldn't comprehend. The Mycenaeans understood Minoan culture quite well, had been interacting with it for generations, and probably saw themselves as perfectly capable of ruling Crete and maintaining its palatial economy. They weren't planning to burn everything down and start over, at least not initially. They were planning a takeover, a change in management rather than wholesale destruction. The exact mechanism of the Mycenaean conquest is frustratingly unclear because, as we've discussed, we can't read the Minoan language and the Mycenaean Linear B tablets don't include historical narratives explaining how they conquered Crete. We have archaeological evidence of the transition. Minoan cultural elements gradually replaced by Mycenaean ones, appearance of Mycenaean pottery styles and burial practices, those Linear B tablets showing Greek speakers administering the palace. But the actual process of conquest, whether it was military invasion or gradual infiltration or some combination, remains debatable. The most likely scenario, based on the available evidence, involves military conquest sometime around 1450 BCE, though the date is approximate and debated. The Mycenaeans, seeing Minoan weakness post-Thera, seeing opportunities for expansion, seeing a wealthy island with damaged defences and reduced fleet capacity, decided to invade. They had the military capacity, trained warriors, bronze weapons and armour, organised military forces, and they had motivation in the form of Crete's wealth and strategic position controlling Aegean trade routes. The invasion probably came by sea, which would have been easier than it should have been because the Minoan fleet had been reduced by the Thera disaster and hadn't fully recovered. Those wooden walls that had protected Crete for centuries were thinner now, less capable of preventing invasion, and the Mycenaeans apparently had developed sufficient naval capacity to transport military forces across the open water between mainland Greece and Crete. Not easy, definitely risky. Transporting an army by sea without modern ships or navigation equipment required significant logistical capability, but achievable for a Bronze Age power with resources and determination. Where would they land? Probably the northern coast, the same coast that had been devastated by Thera's tsunamis, where harbour facilities might still be damaged, where defences might be weakened, or possibly multiple landing points simultaneously if they had sufficient ships, preventing the Minoans from concentrating forces against a single invasion beach. The tactical details are lost to history, but the strategic logic is clear. Strike at a weakened opponent, exploit their vulnerabilities, establish control before they can fully recover their strength. The military campaign probably wasn't a single decisive battle, but a series of engagements as Mycenaean forces secured coastal areas and then advanced inland toward the palaces. Knossos, sitting on its low hill a few kilometers from the coast, would have been a primary target. The largest palace, the administrative center of Cretan power, the symbolic heart of Minoan civilization. Take Knossos, and you've effectively conquered Crete, or at least the most important part of it. Archaeological evidence from this period shows destruction layers at multiple Cretan palaces: Knossos, Phaistos, Malea, Zakros, though the exact dating and interpretation of these destructions is complicated. Were they all destroyed simultaneously in a coordinated Mycenaean assault? Were they destroyed in sequence as the conquest proceeded? Did some surrender without destruction? Were some destructions from internal conflicts rather than Mycenaean invasion? Archaeology can show you that buildings burned. It's less good at explaining why they burned or who set the fires. But what's clear is that after this period of destruction and transition, Knossos came under Greek-speaking control. The Linear B tablets from the palace's final phase show Greek language, Greek personal names, Greek administrative terminology. The rulers of Knossos were now Mycenaean Greeks, not Minoans, and they brought with them Mycenaean cultural practices, Mycenaean religious elements, Mycenaean military values, and Mycenaean concepts of palace administration. This created a fascinating cultural hybrid at Knossos. The palace itself remained fundamentally Minoan in architecture. Those same elaborate structures, the light wells, the storage magazines, the central courtyard, all the physical infrastructure built by Minoan architects and engineers. The artistic tradition continued with Minoan influences, frescoes in styles that showed continuity with earlier Minoan work, though with some Mycenaean elements creeping in. The basic palace economy continued functioning: centralized storage and redistribution, craft workshops, administrative record-keeping. But the language of administration was now Greek. The rulers were Greek speakers from mainland families. The military culture was more Mycenaean, emphasis on warriors and weapons that hadn't characterized earlier Minoan culture. Some burial practices shifted toward Mycenaean styles. Religious practices probably blended Minoan goddess worship with Greek deities, creating syncretistic combinations that preserved some Minoan elements while adding Greek divine figures. It's like a corporate takeover where the new management keeps most of the existing structure and processes because they work well, but gradually installs their own people in key positions and shifts the corporate culture toward their own preferences. The Mycenaeans at Knossos didn't try to completely remake Cretan society in the Mycenaean image. That would have been impractical and would have destroyed much of what made Crete valuable. Instead, they took control of the existing system, kept what worked, and modified what they wanted to change. The Linear B tablets from this period are our best window into how the Mycenaean-controlled palace functioned. They record extensive details about resource management, lists of sheep in various locations, inventories of bronze objects, records of textile production, distributions of grain and wine and olive oil, assignments of wool.